Hey. Mhm. Hello, hello.
Hello there.
Hello, hello. We continue the Bevy Jam today. Let me see. I don't think I actually tried yesterday to test if my web build here is working. And also we can try actually setting up the CI. Um the sooner we do it with the better, I guess. So we can go to HIO and create the project there already, right? Load new project. Okay, and then we're going to go into the GitHub and take a look at how I did it for the link cider. Probably going to be the same. DI release. Trunk. We had a separate thing for each IO on trunk. Trunk tunnel. Trunk HIO tunnel. We changed the public URL to this. Okay. Let's see if the game works. Looks like the game does work, but it also looks like we don't have a lot of FPSs here. It's not really visible though, because we just click. But the game works, and that is good. Sir, do you do any OpenGL programming? I guess we can say that it's a yes, but I don't really work with OpenGL directly anymore because I have the abstraction over it, but yes, I guess is the answer. Because that's how my engine works. We do OpenGL. For this jam, we're not using my engine though. Okay, what do I want here? I want to do workflows.github, and then we do workflows, and then we do release YAML, right? Okay, we did a Zola here, but I don't really need that because I don't have it here. We just deploy to the itch, right? This is still on the GitHub pages though. This is still on the GitHub pages, and I want to do this on itch. Do you do any code reviews on stream? Never did it on stream. You want me to review your code, or if it's not too big, then I can try. Like, hopefully your code is not 10,000 lines of code, because that's going to take me a long time, you know? You can try putting a link, I can take a look. I'm not really in a rush, I can take a distraction, I guess. Alright. Just give me the link. Your whiteboard is working, I think. Nice. If you need to collaborate for your game. I don't know. So far, I'm doing it solo. We'll see how far I actually go here. You want to join me for the Bevy Jam instead of working on the big mode yourself? How long is Bevy Jam? It's 9 days. I mean, I probably want to just do it solo though anyway. But we have 7 days more. And then the big mode is 1 more week after that, right? Or something, maybe even more. Draw bad cop live. Draw staff with chat. Okay, you want to steal my Twitch? Alright. Invite. Hold on. What do you mean invite and I see bad cop here? How did you go about what are these people? You can see everyone who's connected with your website? Is that how it works? Okay. Well, I thought since you wanted it to be private, you don't want to leak that information. All right. Is this infinite? Is this infinite? Am I going to crash your server if I do this? You have no idea. Is it vector graphics or pixel graphics? It looks like, hold on. I have a bug. I see a bug over here in the graphics. Yeah, it looks like it's vector, so it should not take a lot of space on disk, I guess. Uh-huh. You can paste GIFs. All right, good. Okay, cool. We can use that instead of wait, so I have my own whiteboard. Can I create another whiteboard? I can do multiple pages, right? Can I have another one where I don't have bad cop invited? Like, can I have my own private one? Like, can I have my own without the bad cop stuff? All right, let's take a look at a little bit of a C++ bad cop. You know everything about C++, right? Let's take a look. We have some templates. We have chunks, levels, game, local players. We have allocators, which are nulls. All right. Okay. Um, you say that you have performance problems? Performance problems. Generate mesh is the pain point function. Generate mesh. But you are supposed to generate mesh only once, do you not? Do you want to generate mesh multiple times? Only once? So and only once is still very slow for you because it's a big mesh. Chunk size. What is chunk size? I don't know. Is this Minecraft? Is this Minecraft engine in C++? A template for the face type. We have static if here. If we're doing top or bottom, then we do like horizontal, vertical, or like vertical in the Z direction or something like that. So we do get face. And if it's not filled, then we continue. All right. What's this inner row for? You don't know if you generate mesh should be inline? I think it probably doesn't matter, the inline here. previous phase. Width plus. So all you do here is you just calculate the width. This seems an unnecessary loop to me. But what exactly is happening here? You integrate the biggest possible mesh for a given block type. Minimize vertices. So if I understand correctly, what you're doing here, since this is the Minecraft engine, you have a chunk. Let's say that we're doing 2D, right? Let's say we have a chunk and we have like this field, this field, this field, and this field, and that field, and that field, right? So you want in your mesh to only have this face, right? This one, and this one, and this one, but you don't want to have the inner faces. So like you delete these faces basically, right? Is that what I'm understanding from that code? I'm like really like briefly glancing here. This is a different particle generate faces. What is this then? What is this loop? What does this loop do? What does inner row do? We calculate the width. For what? And what does this mean? This is a little complex in my opinion here, but it looks complex. Base block definition height is not 1, then break. So height is 1 means that it's a full block probably in Minecraft terms, right? So you like break. It does this. Oh, I see. I see what it does. You go like you follow some implement Minecraft in C++ tutorial. Anyway, the way you're doing it here is that you have this inner loop, and the thing you're doing should not require this inner loop here. Basically. And that's where your performance is suffering, from what I see, because your chunk size is, I don't know what your chunk size is, but if your chunk size is like 200, then you multiply your time to calculate this by 200. You said your code is not long, but it is 1000 lines. So it is pretty long. And over here, hold on. Generate mesh. So you do three loops, right? And then over here, you have 2 more loops. So you actually, your Your algorithm is like five loops, 5 nested loops, which means that that's probably the slowest one. And then also get face probably has a loop inside, or maybe, I don't know, maybe not. Get face should not have a loop inside, but that's a lot of looping. Gotta unroll those loops. No. Did you ever look at DAV device? No, I never looked at DAV device. What is this? DAV device is a way of manually implementing loop unrolling by interleaving two syntactic constructs of C, the do while and the switch. Original version. Do is from plus plus. Count more than 0 assumed. Okay. This code assumes that initial count more than 0. Since the output location is a memory mapped register, the pointer is to not incremented. The pointer 2 is not incremented as would be required. Yeah. Okay, so you do unrolls like that. You do in 8 steps. If it was divisible by 8, you can just do this. And then you switch. You do cases with full throughs, I guess. All right. Amazing. What is Duff's device though? It's just a way of doing loop unrolling. You just do while by dividing by something, and then you do the switch on the module, right? Okay. You have a web build running if you want to see the performance penalty. Sure, we can take a look at what you're building. But like I said, from what it seems, you have these loops and you should know, like, this should be done in linear time, I'm pretty sure. This can be done in linear time. Like, let's say that your thing that you are doing there, right? So you going over rows, right? And you find this thing, and then if the next thing, if you can merge these two things together, then you just merge them, and instead of this being two faces, you make them one big face, right? So, but you still go over to the next cell and you like start from here, right? Maybe I'm not sure. How do you skip creating another face like this? How do you do that? Do you skip calculation for the next row? This code is too big. Row plus equal width minus 1. Okay, so you actually do that, all right. Maybe not, that's not the problem. Then what's the next problem? That's okay for that loop then. But the inner column, you know, but you don't do this for the columns, right? Because you do that in all the directions, it seems. Like, what's this column loop then? Oh, and inside the column loop, you have another row loop. Okay. I don't know. Too many loops. Too many loops. All the code looks... I don't know. Too more abstraction maybe somehow. I'm not sure. I never written a Minecraft engine myself. So... can't really say how I would have written it. But performance is just in the complexity, and you have too many nested loops. It should be done in linear time. There. trunk and then GitHub pages deploy. No, I don't want to GitHub pages deploy. I want okay, trunk build release. Uses trunk action. What is trunk action? This is just setting up install trunk by downloading the executable. Yes, okay. Okay, and then I want to do upload load to edge GitHub actions. Also, I'm not sure why you asked me about OpenGL, because that code has nothing to do with OpenGL anyway. And the performance problem that you have, it's not the OpenGL problem. It's not specific to OpenGL though. The meshes. All right. Are you making an actual Minecraft client, or is it your Minecraft clone, or you're doing the Minecraft client for the actual Minecraft there? Hello, bad cop. Is Advent of Code started already, by the way? It is. It is. Is the leaderboard filled yet, though? It is. You're waiting a bit? Leaderboard already done? I mean, it looks like it's a simpler than the previous one, because I think day 3 was filled in 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and this one is filled in 7. This one is going to be easy, it seems. Alright, let's go. Okay, some text that we don't care about, right? Do you read the text when you're solving those? Somebody go to in 1.22. It's probably not that hard. You just want to like read the important parts here really quickly, like the first match, 1 point, the first doubles, the first example, card 1, 5 winning numbers, this, and that, and 8 numbers you have. Hold on, no. I'm not, see, I'm not very good at like reading the description very fast. That's like one of the things that you can learn. You can like learn to see where the important part of this statement is. Each card has 2 lists of numbers separated by the vertical line. Okay. Card 1, okay. Card 1, this and that, okay. Card 1 has 5 winning numbers. 41, 48, 83, 86. Oh, okay. So those are the winning ones. And 8 ones you will have, of course. 4 of them are winning numbers. Okay. So what we do? So it's worth 8 points. And it's worth 8 points because 4 of them is worth 8 points. 1 for the first match and then doubled 3 times for each of the 3 matches after the third. Oh, okay. So like it's 2 to the power of matches here, it seems. Okay. All right. Well, that's easy. That's easy. You have to close stream. Rip. Bye. Bye. I mean, it's going to take me like 7 minutes too, right? Advent of code. I think the longest part is just me doing the preparation. Like here's our example. And then we're going to download the actual input. J4. And then we're going to do J4, part 1. Okay, so we do for line in input lines. Are they all numbered 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, or is that actually ID? We can check the puzzle input. It is not ID. It is just this. So we can just do line, find the colon, unwrap, and then +1, and then after that is our actual data. Like actual data is from there. Like we can ignore the other parts, right? Okay. And then also we're going to split actual data split using the vertical bar, right? And so those are our parts, and then winning numbers are going to be parts. The first one we're going to split by white space, and then we're going to map parse. I mean, I don't even need to parse those, right? I'm just going to collect. So this is going to be hash set of strings, right? These are the winning numbers, and then the like my numbers is this. So for number in my numbers. My numbers, we want to filter those that are winning numbers contains, right? And then we want to calculate the count of those. And then we say if hits is not 0, then we add to the answer. the 2 to the power of hits, right? Of hits minus 1, actually. And that's it. You can convert U size to U32. We can. What game am I making? Right now I'm solving Advent of Code really quickly as a small break, but we are making a game for the Bevy Jam. And let me show you, I guess. That's what we have so far. We just have a bunch of pixels and we can click on them and then we collect them. Those are like one of the entities, if you are familiar with what Bevy Jam is, right? The theme is too many entities. So we're going to collect those, and then I'm like going to work on the UI, and this button is going to make me spawn minions, which are going to basically collect those for me. So it's like going to turn into a strategy game where we are going to have minions doing things for us. Mostly just collecting more of those pixels, you know? Something like that. I'm not exactly sure where we are going with that, but it's supposed to be like a mix of a strategy game and a clicker game, I think. But yeah, for now we are taking a little break to do the Advent of Code. Better than Mr. Beast Last to Leave Your Hand on the Phone game. I don't know what that is. I don't watch Mr. Beast. Okay, so it looks like the example worked for us here, and then we just do it for not the example, and then we just submit it here, and the answer is correct. We can continue to part 2. There is no such thing as points. Instead, scratch cards only cause you to win more scratch cards equal to the number of winning numbers you have. Specifically, you win copies of the scratch cards below the winning card equal to the number of matches. So if card 10 were to have 5 matching numbers, you would win 1 copy each of cards this, and that. Copies of scratch cards are stored like normal scratch cards and have the same card number as the card they copied. So if you win a copy of card 10 and it has 5 matching numbers, it would then win a copy of the same card than the original card 10 won. I see. How many total scratch cards do you end up with? Okay. I understand the problem here. Is the example still the same? Is the example still the same here? 41. Yeah, it looks like the example is still the same. All right. So what we're going to do here is copy this to part 2. Let's go back to the example though. So we are going to do it in reverse. We're going to do this in reverse here to process our lines in reverse, right? And then we're going to know for the previous ones, you know, so like for the next lines, how many we end up with using by like if I win as if I do a specific card, how many should I add to my answer basically? So for the next cards, we're just going to do like that, I think. Should be good enough. So we're going to calculate the number that we should add for the current line. Here's the number of hits that we have, and that's all we need, right? So for basically card and next cards, iterate, copied, and then we take out of those the number of hits that we have. I'm going to take them in reverse though. We're just going to add to the answer the number from that card. And that's it. Do we calculate the original number of cards that we have? I think we are going to also add the original number of cards that we have, right? This number. We start with 1 and then we do something like next cards, push this number, and then we also add this to the answer. Part 2, let's see. So I got a 30, and it looks like the 30 is correct here for the example, and then we just do it for not the example. There you go. Hopefully we did not overflow, but I don't think we did. This is the right answer. All right, this is actually the easier one. Okay, we can go back to coding the game. We can go back to coding the game. And I was actually in the process of setting up the CI so we can build the game. On the CI, I just don't want to use this action for uploading to itch. I wanted to do something else. Upload to itch, GitHub Actions. There's a more popular one, which I would rather use. Mm-hmm. This is an article that someone did their own GitHub action. It's because it's not based on Docker, so it's like going to be faster or something. Butler to itch. 3 stars. Yeah, let me just use the popular one, the Kikimura games, I think. I mean, they're all not very popular. This one is good. All right, use latest version. This is just from the master branch. Not how you're supposed to do it. Zero zero three. Maybe we do use the. I thought this one was more maintained. Upload to each. Okay, channel HTML5. Each game, each user, man, each game. This, and then package is going to be dist, I guess. And then we just need the secrets butler credentials. Context access might be invalid. Butler credentials. On the main branch. Okay, let's just go to our repository here. Settings. Secrets. For the actions. It's going to be butler credentials. Butler credentials. Like this. And now we can just push, right? Okay. We'll see if it works or not. If it doesn't, it's okay. Alright. Continue working on the game in the meantime. Okay. So what is the next thing that I wanted to work on, actually? It was going to be this button should only be pressable when we have enough money for it. When we have enough resource. Right? So we have this event. This is the button action. Button action. Button clicks. Maybe we can disable the button. Oh, maybe we should be disabling the button. That's true. So that's just another system. So like button clicks, we have interaction. Maybe there is a way to do it in Bevy directly. Bevy disable button. Activate, deactivate. Visibility. It's a different issue. All right, I think we just have our own component then, which is going to be all about the disabling of the buttons. And also, before doing that, let's do the buttons module so that we move everything there. You know? So I'm going to have something like register. We're going to register the specific button actions here onto the app. So the way I want to do it here is buttons, register, button action, that. Right, so this is going to add the event of button action. And then button visuals and everything. Button action is just when we do it. Button visuals is when we set up the visuals, all right? Button clicks and button visuals. Those go here. Can't find value button clicks. Yes. This is going here. All right. What else can I get out of here? UI scale. UI scale is more of a generic thing. So we can do UI. Okay, then hover is hovering on the pixels. Scale hovered and click. This is all about the little pixels, all right? So the game should still be working, right? We have unused import. Okay, nice. LD returned one exit status. Final link failed, bad value. Amazing. That's okay though. We just do cargo clean for the package here. I think, right? Just the dynamic linking breaks. Okay, so here's what I want. I want to be able to gray out the button if it should be disabled, right? So button visuals should also, we should also query if the button is disabled or not. So can we do or? A filter that tests any of the given filters applies. All right. Changed interaction or changed. Wait, hold on. What does changed do? Changed a filter of a component that only results added or mutably dereferenced. So it's not about deleting, for example, right? A component. If I was to do a flag, should I do a component with a boolean inside or should I add and remove component? I don't know, but we can do an or. It's either changed interaction or it's added disabled or it's removed. No? What is the opposite of added? Bevy detect component removed. Added or changed. Removal detection. Removal detection is special. This is because unlike change detection, the data does not exist in the SES anymore, so Bevy cannot keep tracking metadata for it. Nevertheless, being able to respond to removals is important for some applications, so Bevy offers a limited form of it. Okay. What is the name of the extension? The water droplets that you lie. Right. It's called the power mode. Okay. Disabled. Maybe we do just changed disabled instead, you know, and disabled is our new component here that we're going to have. Derive component, we just have pub struct disabled, and this is going to be a boolean inside, right? Or oh, I can just put this into a tuple here and how many I want, I guess. All right, cool. Okay. So button, and we change the interaction or disabled, and we want to figure out the color here. So we are going to do. I'm going to get the optional disabled here, right? So if it is disabled, is disabled map or false. So by default, we're not disabling the button. Otherwise, we take the value of it. So if it was disabled, then we change the color into the disabled button color, right? Disabled button color. Disabled color RGB. I don't know. It's probably like also 040404 maybe. Okay, so this button is not disabled, obviously. This button is not disabled right now. So in order to make it disabled, we want a system which knows if the button should or should not be disabled based on the amount of money that we have, right? So we are going add systems on update disable buttons, you know, something like that. So disable buttons. We are going to iterate over the buttons, right? Maybe we just do originally here actually button bundle. Whenever we do the button spawn minion, right? We also do buttons disabled false. So like by default it's not disabled, right? So because we're just going to mutate that component. So buttons, we are going to query the disabled because that's what we are going to mutate. And then based on how much do we need, right? So like money required is what we need to know to enable or disable the button, right? We're going to have another component which is going to be money required. Our money is integer, so we do something like that, which means that we're also going to take a resource of how much money we actually have right now, right? So we just do for disabled and money required in buttons iterate mute. We do disabled 0 is equal to money required is so like the amount of money that we have is less than or equal than the amount of money that we have, right? And that's all we do really. So let's see, this should work, I'm pretty sure. So this button is not disabled, or is it? Wait, hold on, it actually is not disabled. It's because I did not add the component money required. I need to specify how much money is required for this button. So let's say that for spawning a minion I want to have 10 money, right? I want to have 10 money So right now, okay, it actually became grayed out later, which means that I did it wrong here. Money required. Oh wait, hold on. We disable. If we have at least the amount of money that is required, then we don't disable, right? So we should disable. If we require more money that we have, then we should disable. Okay, there you go. Now we can disable buttons. Okay, so this is disabled right now, but if I click 10 times, then I go into get 10 money, and the button is going to become available for us. Nice. Okay. Money required for buttons. Disabling. All right. Now we actually need to make that button do something, right? So here's what I am thinking is we should click on a button, and then we go into a mode of inserting a new like entity into the world. It's like we go into the base building mode basically instead of collecting mode, right? Instead of selecting things. Right? Yeah, I think so. I think we also can use the state stuff in Bevy for that. So we, as a player, are going to be in one of the states, which is the state of like, I mean, is it state? I mean, yeah, I think it can be state. Here's what I have in mind. We have enum player state. I don't know. It's not like really player state, like like the UI state or something. But anyway, we are either do the normal mode, or we are like placing a specific thing, right? So when we're placing um a minion, right? Spawn, for example, right? We want to spawn a minion, right? Um yeah. Placing. I guess let's do placing a minion for now. And later, once we have like multiple different types of minions, I will try to figure out how to do that. So that's our player state. App state. We're going to add state and next state resources on enter and on exit schedules for each state variant. An instance, if you would like to control other systems run in state, you can emulate behavior using in state condition, apply state transition manually. All right. So we are going to add state of a player state, right? Should I derive state for this? Derive states. Okay. And then we need the default. Default. And this one is the default. Right? And then it needs to have debug. Why does it need to have debug? But okay, sure. And also, it needs to have hash, apparently, and eck. Okay. And then clone. Why should it be clone? Sure. We can clone it. So here what we do. So we are only going, for example, we are only going to be able to hover things if we are inside the hover in state. You can emulate the behavior using in state condition. You'd like to control how the system run based on the current state. In state condition. How do I do in state? In state. Oh, run if in state. Okay, so we do basically hover will also only run if we are in state, player state normal, right? Scale hover is okay. Being able to click on things is also. I guess we can do hover and click. Both of those are going to run if we are in normal. Scale hovered, we can keep that. All right, so now what I'm going to do is when we are actually pressing the button action here, if the events are red and we're going to match on the event and shit, right? If we are spawning a minion, if this button has been pressed, then I want to change the state by having a resource next state, right? Okay, so we have player state is resource mutable, next state of a player state, right? So in this case, we do player state next state. We have dot set to player state facing minion. So here's how we go into that state. So if I do this right now, then if I click the button, then we should no longer be able to hover over things. So we click 10 times, we press the button, and we're in that state, so we can no longer collect any more money because we are in the placing minion state. All right, good. So once I am in this state, I want to be able to place things, right? So that's a different thing. Right? Right. Um, all right. I want to have like a preview shown, right? I think for now we can just like make this button spawn a new pixel back in. So we are going to add systems, update some systems. We run if we are in state, player state, placing minion. Can I do in state and like if we had a value associated with the minion here? We just want a function mutable based on the resource state into bool, right? Yeah, we can just do it like that, I guess. We can make any predicate based on the state. All right, so this is going to be click harvest, and this is going to be hover pixel. All right, but here what we're going to do is place minion, right? Or cancel placing, right? Those are the two things that I want to happen in that thing. So like, first of all, cancel placing is going to take input, is a resource input mouse button, I guess. And player state is this, right? So if input just pressed mouse button right, that's how we like undo the clicking, right? And player state set, player state normal. So we go back to normal mode by pressing right, by doing right click, and then in order to actually place a minion, we are also basing this on the input, I guess, right? We want to know where the cursor is, we want to know that the button was pressed, and we want to spawn some minions, right? And we want to know that there is nothing there. Here's the thing that I don't know how to do. If we make a grid-based game, how do I check if the cell is empty or not without iterating over all? And like, how do I get a specific entity? We have a separate like map from cell to the entity that is inside that cell, or to all the entities that are inside that cell, probably, right? Okay, so if input, if we just pressed the mouse button left, then position is going to be cursor single 0 floor as IVAC, right? So these are the coordinates. To do check that empty, and then we do commands spawn, and over here we spawn the new thing, right, that we want in this place. And then after we do that, we also can go back to the normal player state, right? And the bundle is going to be same as, for now we can just do the same as the pixels that we were doing before. We were spawning a lot of entities here. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. We have grid coordinates at the position, and then we have scale on hover, and then we have this, and then we have that. Activate Linux, what the fuck? Well, the Linux is not activated here. I don't have the money to do that, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to use the unactivated Linux. Okay, we just literally spawn another random pixel over here. Is that going to be good? Am I using STD default here? Okay, we have another linker error, cargo clean. Is this going to work this time? It is. Okay, so we click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we get the money, the button gets activated, and then we can click on the button. We are inside that mode, and we spawn a new pixel. Instead, we click this and we place a new one. Click and we place a new one. Click and we place a new one. My money never goes down. That's another thing that should go down. Is this Arch i3? No, this is GNOME first of all, and then it is NixOS. Arch is not cool anymore. It's now NixOS. Okay, so first thing that we need to do is we need to change the money. Res mute money, right? Wait, how do I know how much money was required for that? Maybe we know how much money we are going to actually like spend. That's going to be another resource or something for the action that we are actually going to do. Money to spend. And we do this, resource, money. Should it be a resource? I don't know. Maybe. But we know like money required here, right? We know money required here. So when we click the button action like that, well, actually we don't even know, because this is just the action. All we know is that we press this button, but we don't know the component of the money required associated with that button. How do I get that information without duplicating it? How do I get the information without duplicating it? Disable buttons. Disabled, money required. Should this not be an event reader then? I mean, think. Do you know Bevy? Is anyone good with Bevy here? I'm trying to understand how they want me to think here and how do they want me to like do stuff. Because normally I do stuff the other way. Beans TH. What does it mean? Hello, redstone 4D. I have a component next to my button which says how much money is required to use the action associated with the button. But then when in my system that handles the clicking of the button that does the event, it just takes the component of button action. It does not take any information about the money required. I mean, one of the things that I could do is when a button was pressed, I can also get the ID of that. But I don't want like and then get the component based on the entity. I don't like that hello solution either. Hello, hello. Ugh. You know, baby? Not at all? Alright. You use Godot. Okay. Godot does not have an ECS. Godot does not use ECS. Alright. So what I want here is to reduce my money when I am using the action. That requires me to use the money. You know? You just added a boss to your game, it's almost done. You're going to release the game to Steam or is it a Game Jam game? Okay, what can we do? What can we do? We can do something like instead just on this enum implement button action, you know, and then we can do function cost. So how much money is required to do this, and then we're going to do something like that. So in order to spawn minion we need 10 money, right? That's our cost. So instead of money required being the component, we don't do that. Instead we just have it as a method on the action. So like in order to do this action we need 10 money. That's like okay, but that's not the easiest way, I feel like, but all right. But all right. Disable buttons, money required. We don't have that anymore. So instead of money required, we have button action, and we say that action money required is action cost, right? That's it. Beans. Okay, so over here then we have money, and we do all of that thing. So what we are going to do is money minus equal. Oh wait, place mini. We don't even have this shit here. Should it be just a constant? What if I want it to be like a runtime thing? Whole language are you program? I'm writing things in Rust here, if that's your question. This is Rust programming language. Minion cost. Okay, fine. I have no idea how to do this in Bevy, so we're just going to have a constant. Minion cost is going to be 10. And we're going to duplicate it in two places, because I don't know how to do it differently. Money.0 minus equal minion cost. Yes. Okay, so now if I try pressing this button and then I do it here, then my money right now is 15, and then I click and it's 5. All right, good. And by the way, is my button okay? I see a couple more issues here. One of them is that I can click on a button when it's disabled, and another one is that I'm clicking on the thing behind the button. Those are the issues. How do I stop the disabled button to be clicked? It's pretty easy. We go into here, and this event is only if we are not disabled, right? Option disabled, right? So we just do here and disabled map or false. Does Bevy not have a UI? It does. That's what I'm using. I have a button in my game. You see over here in the bottom, this is a button. That I'm using Bevy UI. The engine itself. No, there's no editor for the engine. It's like Pygame. Yeah, for example, like Pygame. Pygame is like much simpler though than Bevy. But yeah. Yeah, so like some people don't like calling it an engine because of that. It's more of a framework instead of an engine because it doesn't have an editor. um okay, so now I cannot click the thing. How do I stop being able to click behind the button? Oh wait, hold on. I still can click on the disabled button. And not disabled. Yes, not disabled. Should be a not. Just get rid of the button. No. Okay, button works. Okay, how do I stop? Bevy, prevent button, prevent clicking behind button. How to detect button click and a normal click in Bevy. I'm making tower defense game. You have a problem with placing the tower, so basically I want to make it so when you click one of the buttons, just follow the mouse and then click again. Just when the tower can no longer button clicks. There's a section on the Bevy docs that covers this pretty well. Multiple systems input. In case multiple systems are checking for just pressed, but only one should react. For example, in case of triggering state change, you should consider clearing the input state either by clear just pressed or clear just released. Calling input clear. Um, You will also want to make sure the system runs before the other system, so it blocks the input before the other checks. So the question is the Bevy UI system clearing the input or not? And then I need to do the ordering correctly, right? So our button clicks is not doing the mouse input directly. We're just taking the interaction stuff. Just not have a hood. Yeah. I mean, we can split the game screen into like separate things so that the buttons are not on top of the game. The interaction. This does not help me. Bevy UI. Capturing mouse clicks in the UI before they get to world. This is the corresponding issue. First class technique for splitting input streams for absorbing input events. Alright, this is an open issue, which means that they don't even know how to do that themselves, it seems. Typically, when user clicks on a UI element, we don't want to also handle it click in the rest of the world. Yes, exactly. And this is an open issue, so this is unsolved right now. I'm trying to make a very simple game, and every single little thing that I'm trying to do in Bevy Engine is like not working. All right, we'll get through it though. It's okay. It's okay. Bevy ECS isn't really great for input handling. I don't know. I think what they could do is like they could have a system set for the UI, and for my mouse clicks I want to like run my systems that are doing the mouse clicks basically after the UI handles the mouse clicks. So like it should be as simple as, in my opinion, as like when am I clicking? Like over here, right? Click harvest should be like after the UI system set. Something like that, you know, is what I'm imagining here. That's all I need to do. And the UI should like clear the input if it was handled by the UI. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Any other people Maybe there is a currently focused resource. Something that we like. That means that we are currently over. Is pointer over UI? I use this in my code. It will get better to have it integrated. Check UI integration interaction. Okay, if basically what they are saying is that if anything is hovered in the UI, then we are pointing over the UI. This is not a bad solution. We can copy paste that in our code. All right, let's go here then. We just do UI handling is pointer over UI. We just do this. Check UI interaction. No pointer capture. Okay, we can add no pointer capture so that we can click through the UI elements, it seems. Now here, if anything is pressed or hovered, then it means that this is, yeah, all right. So this system and check UI interaction. All right, are the things. Let's add this to the Bevy Pog list. Clicking through buttons. And here's the issue. Okay. So now that we have this thing, a UI handling is pointer over UI, we can check it when we're clicking stuff, right? We can do it both for hovering and for clicking. And I guess we just need the hover, right? Technically. Hover pixel. And I guess we're just going to take the resource, UI handling, resource, UI handling. So, and so we can only hover over things. If not, UI handling is pointing over UI. Just something like this, right? A resource requested does not exist. All right. Their snippet is not complete. We should also insert resource, UI handling, UI pointer over UI false. Okay, so now I can hover on these things, but no, I can still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can still hover. Hold on. Is this system not running? Check UI interaction. With node, hold on. Changed interaction without no pointer capture. We query the interaction. Shouldn't you early out the entire method instead of in the loop? Well, I want to update those that are like not hover. I mean, this is not very effective system here, right? When I'm hovering, because I'm iterating over all the entities. Right now, we are going to change that later. But the reason it's inside is because if I was hovering over a thing, then I want to change it to be not hovered, right? So I want to iterate over the entity that was hovered on the previous frame, basically. So I don't want to just stop in very early, because that's going to leave the last thing that I was hovering before moving my cursor to the button to still be hovered, right? But yeah, this should be like optimized. To do optimize, because this is the worst system currently. And if I spawn a billion entities, then it's not going to work very well. Okay, it does not work. It does not work. Why does it not work? Maybe we can do debug, UI handling is pointer over UI. Let's see, false, false, false. Oh, it only, wait, hold on. It's only when it changed? Hold on, it was true for exactly one frame. What? It was true for exactly one frame, and then this system is wrong. Like, even the solution that people propose in this issue is wrong, because so like the reason here is that even although the interaction was not changed for some of the other UI elements, we can still be hovering over those that were not changed. So like, this is wrong. I should remove this filter of changed interaction here. Because even if it was not changed, I should still like look at like if anything is hovered, right? So now it's true all the time. Okay. I don't know. Did they actually test that it works? Okay. Well, now it works. Now it works. Now it works. Nice. Okay. What is this game about? I'm not sure yet, but the idea is that we're going to be like, so we click on those pixels, right, to collect them. Maybe they're not going to be pixels in the end, but something like with some lore, like maybe it's a tree that we're cutting down or something like that. I'm not sure, but for now it's just pixels that we are collecting, and so we are clicking on them, and if every one of them is giving us money, right, and our goal is to just gain more money. It's like a clicker game, but instead we click on pixels, and then we buy using that button a minion that is going to collect them automatically for us, and we're going to gain money faster, right? So that's like, and it's going to like turn into a strategy game, maybe. I don't know. I don't have the entire game idea in my head right now. We're just like experimenting here, trying to make something. Are you participating in the Bevy Jam? But you know what Bevy is, and you are using Bevy for something, right? And the proposed solution doesn't even work because of changed direction. All right. Okay. Like right now it looks kind of ugly. I don't like that it's just like I spawn a bunch of pixels with random color right now. But I don't like how it looks too much. Okay, and right now the button, it doesn't spawn the actual minion that is going to collect these things for us. It spawns one of those pixels back, and it takes like 10 money to do that. Right, so I can bring back those pixels. For 10 pixels, I can spawn a new pixel. All right. Things. All right. So now we finally, I think, are ready to implement the actual minion that is going to start collecting the things for us. Am I just using Bevy for the gem? Do you still work on the framework? Yes, I'm just using it for the gem. Because I want to like try it out better. Maybe last time we did it for the Bevy Jam, I didn't like it because the game that I was working on was not good for ECS approach. So maybe this game is going to be better. We're going to have a bunch of different types of entities. At least that's the plan. So far we only have the pixel that we collect, and now I want to add the minion that is going to move automatically to the nearest pixel, I think, and like collect it for us. Okay. So how do we do that? How do we do that? So instead of spawning this pixel that is harvestable, right? We're going to spawn something else. So right now we are spawning this grid core, scale and hover. So we're not going to scale and hover. All we are going to do is to make them harvestable. Wait, hold on. Scale and hover. Harvest 1, for example. Maybe we can do that. Harvestable. And then it gives you 1 money when you click. There you go. Derive component. Select harvestable. And this is the money that we give them, right? Plus equal 1. Instead, we do something else. We query entity, and we query the harvestable entity. And instead of adding 1 for entity harvestable, we add harvestable.0 because that's the amount that we harvest, right? So now if I spawn something without the harvestable, right? So the color of the minion that we're going to spawn is going to be, let's say that our minions are going to be black. Color and size is going to be the same, transform the same, and grid coordinates, scale and hover is going to be removed, and we cannot harvest those, right? So this means that when I click the button, we're just going to have a black pixel, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and then we click the button and we spawn the pixel. So right now it does not move, so we can add another, and we cannot click on it. So that works. We just need to have UI, AI for this thing, and it's going to do stuff automatically, right? So what I think the AI for this should be, right, is it's just going to move to the next closest pixel automatically, right? I think. So we're going to just have the minion component on it. And that's how we figure out how they move, right? So we're going to have a system, minion movement system. So we're going to have minions which are going, so we're going to change their coordinates on the grid, right? Change their coordinates on the grid. We are going to change their coordinates on the grid. They need to have the minion components to them, right? Minions. And we are going, so okay, in order to make this efficient though, because we're going to have a lot of entities, right? That's the theme of the gem. In order to make this efficient, we need to not do pathfinding for every single entity separately. We are instead going to do it differently, right? We're going to do it differently, and we're going to store it inside the resource, and we're going to have the resource path finding, right? So we're going to store this here, and we're going then to also have a pathfind system. It's going to update the pathfinding resource, right? So what we're going to do here is derive resource pathfinding. I want to know for every single coordinate which way is the closest which way is the closest which way is the closest thing, right? There we go. That's what we want. So we want closest closest harvest is going to be basically a hash map. Is Bevy utils hash map better than our std hash map? Okay, sure. Let's just do a hash map from Bevy. Hash map from the coordinates. So IVAC2 into the direction that we need to go, right? And the direction that we need to go is just going to be another IVAC2. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. So we are going to do pathfinding, and then we're going to use pathfinding for our minion movement. So in order to do that, we are going to just do the BFS, I think. The BFS. So let's do something like this. We're going to do pathfinding closest harvest clear, and then we do pathfinding Pathfinding, closest harvest. Oh, hold on. We need a query over all the harvestable things, right? So harvestables is going to be a query for the grid coordinates. For the grid coordinates of things that have the harvestable component to them, right? So we iterate over them. So for chords and harvestables, right? We are going to have the Q here for the BFS, Q, backdeck, right? Uh, chords, like this. We are going to add them to the queue, and we're going to say that closest harvest for the coordinates is going to be the coordinates. I mean, nah, the 0, 1. All right, because that's where we need to go basically in order to get the closest one, right? Okay, and let's say that our minions can go just 4 directions. So we are so that's the start of our BFS, and then we do something like while let some position is Q pop front, right? We go into the 4 neighboring directions, so 4 direction in okay, so we go X, Y, negative X, and negative Y, right? Those are our directions. So next position is going to be position plus direction, and we say that if closest harvest was not calculated, so it does not contain the key for the next position, then closest harvest for the next position is going to be the direction that we came, what we need to go, so negative direction, and then we also push it back into the queue, the next position. All right, so that's it. The only thing that we are not really limiting our space and how far are we going, and this can take a while to work, right? But for now, we are not going to worry about the performance too much. We just need to limit it so it's not infinite. So it's not infinite. I think we need the I think we need the map size something, right? Let's do const map size. Why am I using privacy version of Linux? Shame on me. I'm sorry, but I'm poor, you know. I have to do it. I mean, I cannot afford a license of Linux. It's too much. Map size. Map size is let's do 30. Maybe my map size was a little too much before. I had the max chord. Instead of using this, we're just using this const, which is going to be map size. All right. So now that we have the map size, we are also going to skip the next position if next position x absolute value is more than max than map size, or next position y absolute value is more than map size, then we're going to ignore that thing. So we are going to limit how this works. All right. So now that we have the algorithm here, We don't have any obstacles. We just do that, right? Also, what I like to do sometimes is, in order for our pathfinder to be more natural, so that we don't go like horizontal and then go vertical, I want to do some RNG here for our pathfinding. So I want to calculate not only the closest direction, but like I don't want to do the closest direction. I want to do some else. Let's see, closest harvest. Let's make this an actual like struct here. Struct closest harvest. Because inside of here, so from a specific position, there can be like a closest harvest above or a closest harvest below, right? And what I want is for every for every direction, I want to know to calculate basically the number of ways to get to the closest harvest as a floating point, so we don't care about like precision, and then we use those as weights for RNG, and then it's going to become more natural looking because of that. Direction ways is going to be basically a hash map from IVEC2 into the number of ways as a floating point number, like that. So over here, I'm just going to do closest harvest. Just going to insert the default. So this is going to be derived default here. Okay, so it's not contains key. I also want to know the actual distance here. The actual distance is something that we want to know, right? So distance is 0, but over here we do something like, basically we do closest harvest. We are going to do the entry for the next position. And we're going to match here. If it is occupied, then inside just entry. It's a vacant, that's vacant entry. Okay, sure. Okay, so if it's occupied, then if entry value entry distance is equal to the current distance. So we want to know the current distance, right? And we also want to know the number of ways. Right? I mean, or we could do. I mean, we just do this actually. That's all that is required. So it's not going to be the default here. Because however, distance is 0 and number of ways to get there is 1 originally. Okay, so over here is distance is equal to the current distance. Current is closest harvest, get for position, wrap, right? So if entry distance is equal to current distance, plus 1, then we are going to just update the number of ways. So entry number of ways is going to be increased by the current number of ways, basically. That's it. And if it's empty, then we're going to entry. We're going to insert there this thing where distance is current distance plus 1 and ways is just the current number of ways. Okay. Yeah. And we are only going to insert into the queue if we were on the empty side here. So push back next position. All right. I think this is done in terms of pathfinding. In terms of pathfinding, this should be done. The number of ways is going to be calculated in a floating point number. And borrow closest harvest is mutable. Because it is also borrowed is immutable. Immutable borrows happens here. Go to this entry. Entry should be mutable. Okay, I think pathfinding is done. And then the next thing is actually use the pathfinding for the minion movement. But we will need to like initialize those systems too, right? Add systems. On update, we're going to do pathfind and minion movement. Those are going to be just run on update. Actually, minion movement should not be on update, right? Because it's not on every frame. But let's at least see that. So when we have the minion movement, we're going to do for minion position in minions iterate mute. We're going to mutate their position, right? Based on their position. So if path, okay, we're just going to figure out the current distance, right? To the thing. I mean, let's say closest harvest is pathfinding closest get for the minion position, and if this is nothing, then we just ignore because this minion cannot move. Then we just do continue. Okay, so this is our closest harvest. If closest harvest is less than or equal to 1, then we also do continue because we want to stop just next to the thing that we're going to harvest, right? If the distance to the closest harvest is less than or equal to 1, then we are going to ignore that. We're going to do something else. Hello, new here. Hello. Shalvin Singh. So now we know, now we need to like go over the neighbors. So I think these are the minion move directions. Okay. See, const minion move directions is equal to that. This is I back 2, 4 of those, right? Quick question: what Linux distro needs activation because of your watermark? The the um the um the one that I use. All right. I mean, I can activate it really quickly if you want, but um ah just interested. I am using NixOS. If that answers your question. Um, all right. What was I doing? Hold on. I want my minions to be moving. All right. So over here, closest distance less than 1. All right. So we just go for iterate over direction in minion move directions, and I'm going to find. Wait. Hold on. Minion move directions. Minion move directions. Choose weighted. This is what I want. I want to choose the random direction that we need to move based on the weight, and the weight is going to be for this direction equal to pathfinding closest harvest get for minimum position plus direction. So this is where we are going to go, and if over there we want to just have the number of ways to get from there to the closest as our weight, and if we cannot get from the neighboring to the closest one, then it's going to be 0. So there you go. Wait, but I only want to filter if they are equal to the minimum, right? Yeah, okay. So if I know we can do it here, if distance is not equal to the minimum distance, I mean not the minimum distance, I guess to the closest harvest distance minus 1, then it's 0. Otherwise it's the number of weights. Is that good? So we're going to choose weighted. This can be unwrapped. I mean, not unwrapped. Okay, if some direction has been chosen, right? When we do choose weighted, we get a reference to the item. Okay, so we just do this. If we chose the direction, then we just do minion position 0 plus equal direction. And this is where we are actually going. And this should just work, right? This is a result, so it should be okay instead of some. Okay, let's see if it's going to work. I did write some code here. Well, we panic. We panic because the resource does not exist. Okay, that's all right. That's something that happens because we forget to insert a resource and the thing still compiles. So in order to do pathfinding, we are going to need the resource of the pathfinding, right? And this is just the empty one. We're going to recalculate the pathfinding. Okay, so here's our map. Here's our map. Let's try deleting some of the things in the middle here, right? And then we are going to click this button to spawn a minion over here, and the minion should be going, but it's not going. Okay, so my system actually doesn't work. This minion should be going towards these pixels, but it doesn't. All right. Okay. So let's reduce the map size to 4 or to 2 maybe, and then we're going to let's do just print out here the this thing. Let's see if the pathfinding is actually like calculated. Okay, so we have something here, right? Closest harvest. A distance 0 weighs 1 to every single thing. Right? Yes. Let's try though to wait, hold on. This is still too much. This is still too big of a map. Let's do map size 1 actually. Because this is the radius that I'm using. So this is going to be 3 by 3 now. Okay, so let's delete the this top left corner, right? Top left corner has been deleted. So from -1 and 1, which is the top left corner, the distance to the closest one is 2, and there is 2 ways of going to the closest one, which is going to the right and then going bottom, right? That's why we have 2 ways of going to the closest harvest. All right, so this looks properly calculated. Then maybe my minion movement system is not correct. Placing minion definitely works. We have grid coordinates and we have minion here. Oh, wait, I know exactly what it is. It is that the transform is never updated for the movement, for the moving things. So here's what we need to do. We need to have another system. Add system, which is going to be on update. We do update transforms. And this is the system that is going to update our actual positions on the screen, right? Update transforms. This is going to be a system query mutable. We're going to mutate transform, and we're going to take the grid coordinates because that's what we're actually modifying. And we only do that when the things have been changed. When the grid coordinates have been changed, only then we modify the transform. All right, so we do for transform and grid chords in query mute. We do transform translation is going to be equal to grid coordinates 0 to as vac2 plus vac2 splat 0.5. So that's our actual translation, right? And then we also extend that by 0 because the 0. Can we just do set xy xy? No, we cannot do the swizzles. All right, like that. I guess we extend by the previous z because I don't want to touch the z coordinate here. We just do that, and that should work. Which means that we don't actually need to set up our transforms ourselves. So like this thing actually is not needed. All we need is to do the z, right? And over here, this is not needed. Okay, let's see. Maybe it was actually working. We just did not see it. Okay, now we need a bigger map though, and we need to remove the printing. And then the map size, let's go back to 30. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we click the button over here in the middle, and then this guy moves to the right. And then let's say that I delete more pixels, right? Say that I delete more pixels, and then I spawn another minion. It's going to go to this side, and then from this, it's going to that side. All right, nice. So now the only thing is that they are moving too fast. We are not even seeing how they move. So they should only move once in a while, right? Hello, Rex. Hello, Rex. All right. So I think in order to do that, we need to have something like... So minions move should be like... This is our like current grid coordinates, but maybe we also have the next coordinates are not. So like I think what I want is with minion, but without next. I don't know. Can move basically is what I want. Like they are not doing any action. Do I just do with minion and with can move? I don't know. I guess idle. We are going to have the idle component on the minions that are currently idle. This means that they can move or they can like harvest, because those actions are also going to take time, I think. We're going to have the idle component, right? And then we're just going to need... Okay, it's with minion and with idle. Okay. And over here, by the way, we don't... do that. We instead... We don't actually mutate the grid coordinates, we set the next coordinates or something, right? We instead set the next coordinates, I think, right? Where we are moving. And then... next coordinates. Like that. Actually... No. We just need the commands. Pretty sure. Because we're going to insert the next coordinates here. So instead of adding this here, we're just doing commands, entity, which means that we're going to need entity here. For entity and position. So entity, we're going to insert the next coordinates to be current minion position plus direction that we're going, right? And then we're going to do the interpolation or something. And then we're going to become idle. And then also we are going to remove the idle component here, right? Because we are no longer idle. I think when we're spawning a minion, it is going to be originally idle. When we are doing the update positions, so that even although we're going to play on a grid, we can do a little bit of interpolation in between the cells that we're moving, right? So update transforms is going to be not only grid coordinates, but also optionally next coordinates, right? So let's see. So from it's going to be grid coordinate 0, and then 2 is going to be next chords map for from, right? So we are going to lerp here actually, like from as vac, we're going to lerp that into the 2, and this is going to be our current movement time, right? So I think it's not the next coordinates. Let's say that it is like moving component. The entity is currently moving. To and t. So here it does not matter. We just say 0, and over here it's next. I guess we can just like next. I guess moving next position and moving t, right? That's what we're going to do. So 2t. How many pixels do we have now? I have removed a couple, so we don't have as much. I think we are going to actually make an infinite map though. I have an idea for that. We're just going to generate as we go, and we're not going to like be able to like. So we're going to have a lot. We're going to have a lot. As much as the gamer's PC is going to allow them to play with. Is what we are going to be going for. Until your computer crashes is how much you can play the game. You will be able. For now it's limited though. For now it's limited. I'm just spawning the first minion first, you know, because like we don't want the game to be just clicking on pixels, right? We want those auto clickers to also be there. Moving. So moving is going to be next position is this, and then we want to know the time, which is going to be this, right? Okay, moving, next position is this, and then time is this. There you go. What else do we do? What else do we do? Moving. This from and 0. Lerp. Arguments to this method are incorrect. 2 is iVec2. 2.svec2. Okay, now it seems like it's working. Update transforms. And then the other system that we need to do is like update movement. So like the actual movement is what we're going to do. Update movement. Okay, you are back. You finished Advent of Code. It was easy, right? Oh, wait, you did it off stream? Okay, so I'm going to query the moving thing. And then I'm going to be take commands too, right? Because I'm going to remove this component when we're done. So for moving, and we need the entity here too. For entity and moving intermute here, we do if moving. Well, we do this, and we also have the time resource. Time is resource of time, right? So we do moving time plus equal time elapsed seconds divided by minion move say it again, query. Is that what you want me to say? Minion move time. For now it's only the minions that are moving, so they move 1 pixel in like half a second, for example. So we do this, and we also say that if moving time is more than 1, then we need to stop it. So we need to do commands entity. We're going to remove the moving component, and we are going to also insert the idle component, because we are now idle and we can do other things. You actually think your part 1 solution is very clever. All right, I mean, you can show us the abomination that you have written in bash. All right, so here, for those of you who don't know, Batcop is doing Advent of Code in bash. All right, just sort unique word count, grab, set, BC. What is BC? Byte count? What was the thing again? What do we need to do for? Oh, we just need to find the 2 to the power of number of matches here. Okay. I cannot read this. This is unreadable code. I don't know how you write this, but like reading this is actually impossible. All right, I'm done looking at this shit. Basic calculator is BC. Okay. This is unreadable. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know bash, but looks unreadable to me. It's like a regex is also unreadable. Very similar. It combines the winning numbers and your numbers into a list, sorts it, and throws away all the unrepeated numbers, and then counts how many are left. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I guess that's cool. The way to do it. What are we doing here? We're moving and then we're becoming idle. Hold on. I think this is just going to work, right? Is it not? Let's see. So here's what we have so far. We can click on pixels, we can get money on the top left, and then the button becomes we don't see it. The button becomes active, so we can click the button and then we can choose where to spawn the dude, and the dude is going to be moving to the closest things, and it's not moving. Hold on, something is wrong. Something is wrong. We're not moving. I'm actually making a game. Yeah, imagine actually making a game for a gem. Alright. All done. Why are we not moving? We have the path finding already. We do know that it works. It is with idle. We are inserting the moving to the next position. Oh, I never update the position though, right? Although at the same time, I feel like update transform should have done the lerping. Here. But update movement over here, I guess we are going to mutate the grid coordinates. Oh, wait, it's because changed grid coordinates. I see. Change grid coordinates. Or I see what the problem is. Or we have changed the moving. There you go. Those are the things that like affect our transform. That's why we did not see it again. And then when I'm updating the moving, I also need to update the coordinates. If we are done here, chords is going to be equal to moving next position. Like that. Okay. I want a model on top of my background like yours. The terminal model on top of your homepage. Chords are not mutable. We need to mutate them here. Okay, let's see. It's going to work, guys. It's going to work right now. We're going to have minions working. I click on pixels to collect money and have some empty space, and then we click this button to spawn a minion in the middle, and it just moves. Oh shit, but it moved so quickly. It moves too quickly again. It's supposed... It is supposed to not move that quickly. Hold on. Something is wrong. How do I change it to be moving not that fast? I am removing this component here. And we are idle. E plus equal this. Hold on, so let me make sure that if I comment this out, then we should be moving like... Okay, something is wrong here. Where am I? Why am I flying out? This does not make any sense. I guess it's because this is not actually like deleted or something. I don't get it. Moving, let's see. Next position is this, and we do that for the entities that are idle. I don't understand what's happening right now. Moving plus equal elapsed seconds divided by a minute move time. Let's make this 50. Let's make them move very slowly. Can this work? So there is a bug somewhere though. Well, this looked pretty Maybe it's like for some reason too fast. How did I do day 3? Easily. So it moves, but it moves too fast. What? Day 4. You can look at my advent of code here. But day 4. Let's see. Oh wait, I did not commit it. Hold on 1 second. I did not commit it. Day 4. Slacker didn't do day 4. There you go. Now I did it. Look. Day 4. Part 2. We just find the winning numbers, find my numbers, and then we find the number of my numbers that are the winning numbers, right? So we find the number, and then we go and we process the input in reverse, and then for every following card, we basically save the number of extra cards that we're going to get, including that card. Basically, it's like a dynamic programming stuff. I don't know if I explained this correctly, but yeah. Use a queue and a processed array. Okay, yeah, but a processed counter. So you just did it in straightforward way, and it isn't that supposed to work very slowly because it's like almost a factorial complexity? Then no, depends on the test, I guess, that they give you. It's not lead code, so it's supposed to be easy here. Okay. All right. I mean, lead code is still easy. We'll see how it goes in the later days. I mean, even my solution is not the best one. My solution is like quadratic complexity, but you can do it in linear time, that advent of code day 4. Okay, it's actually moving slowly. Hold on. So the thing that is wrong here is that I'm moving ultra fast. Elapsed seconds. Maybe elapsed seconds is the elapsed seconds from the... Since startup, yes. I don't want the elapsed seconds. I want delta seconds. There you go. I just used the wrong thing. Now we're going to do 1 second for every movement. Okay. Okay, here you go, guys. We have a game kind of. So we are going to be clicking on pixels here, get our money, and then we are going to spawn a minion here, and the minion is going to go towards the closest pixel. And if we delete that pixel, it's going to like continue moving to the next closest pixel. It's not harvesting it yet, but it's moving. And we have another one, and we can have another one. And they are all moving towards the closest things. We have that working. Okay, now we need them to harvest the things automatically, right? Now we need them to actually harvest those and basically give us money. Minions are done. Let's so we have pathfind minion movement, and we also want to minion harvest. Minion harvest. Minion harvest. We can make it take 0 time for now. We can make it take 0 time for now. So let's see. Minion harvest. So minions is a query for what? We want to take their grid coordinates, and we want the minions to have the minion. I mean, maybe minions can be different, so we can have like a can harvest component on them. Can harvest, so those are the minions that can harvest, and then we want them to be currently idle, so where they're going to have the idle component. Those are the minions that can do the work right now, and then we are going to if we have a query like that, what can we do? We can iterate over them, or we can get a specific one, right? Based on the entity. Okay. So the only thing that I don't know right now is how to quickly get an entity in a specific position, right? For that, I feel like we need a resource which maintains a map from coordinates to the list of entities in that coordinate, right? And then we can also make it faster to do the hovering instead of like iterating over all the entities that we have. Right? Right. Here's our minions. And we're going to like harvestables. Is a query of harvest of coordinates. No, we don't need coordinates. We want a query of just harvestables. Literally. I feel like I am actually going to do this this global map. So we are going to have a resource, which is going to contain them like all the entities that are in the current cell. So like, let's call this cell map. I mean, we can call it tile map. It's a tile, right? Tile map. So entities by tile is going to be just a hash map from IVEC2 into a hash set of entities, right? And we just want to maintain a thing like that, right? Entities hashable. Okay, good. Yeah. Then we were going to have a system update tile map. It's going to be a system, so we're going to query for entities that have the grid coordinates, right? And then we have the tile map. This is going to be a resource. Tile map. Okay, in order to make this efficient, we only want to change the ones that have changed, right? And for that, we also want the previous position to be saved, I guess. Previous hash map entity into the position that they had before, because we want to remove that from the like previously stored stuff, right? Over here, we're going to figure only for the changed grid coordinates. I'm not sure what we do about the deleted entities. Like we can just leave them here forever, right? We can just leave them here forever. Can I detect a deletion of an entity? I don't know, core entity and chords in this. So we do if let some priv is tile map have get entity. So if we were previously somewhere, then we do tile map entities by tile at the previous get mute at previous. We are going to remove the entity from there, right? This over here we can unwrap. Cannot borrow tile map. Let tile map is mutable star tile map, right? Is that what we do? And then we can not have any problems. All right. So now that we have deleted the old information, we can insert the new information. So we do tile map entry. Tile map entries by tile. We get the entry for the chords, and then we insert the entry or default. We insert there the entity. So this is what we do, and also save the previous. Insert is going. Can we do like, if I insert, I want to get the previous value. I mean, no, that's not what we want to do here anyway. What we want to do here is tile map previous. We insert for the entity to be the chords, right? That's what we do. So that's how we update it. The only thing is to do remove old entities. The one that we have deleted, somehow we need to remove, but the tile map is here and we can like use it. Let's insert the resource, which is going to be the tile map. And then let's add system on update. We just do update tile map. Sure. How will this fit mode? I am prioritizing the Bevy Jam. We are not. And then the the honest gem. So maybe we are going to do a skinning, like reskin of this game. Right now we just have pixels, right? But maybe there are going to like be lizards and things like that. And only then it's going to be the mode. Mode is such a stupid theme that I don't even care about the donkey gem, to be honest. Okay, we have this system, so let's use this system immediately. We were hovering over, yeah, over here. See, to do optimize. So instead of doing this, we are going to take the resource of the tile map. Resource tile map, right? So instead of iterating over, we are going to do for entity in tile map entities by tile get at cursor grid coordinates. Let's make a method, entities at over there. Should I even iterate over the entity, over all the entities? Or can I do it somehow better? I don't know. I feel like we can just iterate. It's okay. There's not going to be a lot of entities in one cell of a game. So, and then we do entity chords is entities get for the entity or continue. There you go. Okay. Now the only thing is this success type result. Okay, that should be okay. Entities get. Why this returns the result? Query entity error, which is does not match, no such entity, or alias mutability. There's also get many. Okay, so just entity coordinates are. I don't need the entity then here because it's from the tile map, and then we implement tile map and have a method here. Entities at position. This is going to return iterator over entities at a specific position. So we do self entities by tile get position into iterator flatten copied, right? That's what we do. This trade takes 0 item. Captures lifetime that does not appear plus underscore. All right, good. Now it's done. Entities add. We don't have the reference here now. Okay, good. This is now optimized, I think. Every LD, I think the theme is stupid. The top games are still pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure people are going to do some good games for the Donkey Jam. I don't know. I just don't care for the Donkey Jam for some reason. I don't even know Donkey anyway. The only reason for me to care is because like some other people that I know are participating in that jam. But even bad copies like participating there and not even making a game. Like, how do you even participate without making a game in a jam? But apparently that's something that is happening. Okay, and then the minion harvest is not done yet, right? The minion harvest is not done yet, but let's just check that the tile map is working, right? So like I can still hover over things, and it looks like something is wrong. The things they are hovered forever, and I click and I delete all of them at the same time. Okay, well that's cheating. That's cheating. It's not supposed to work like that here. So it means that I never unhover them. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. It's because I need to like unhover those that are hovered. You know? Hover pixel. Yeah. I want let's see, hovered R query of I just don't need anything. I mean, I need entities from there, right? Those are that are currently hovered. This is all I need, right? So in the very beginning, I'm just going to do for entity in hovered. Just going to commands entity remove hovered, right? And that's what we need. And then this is not going to do it here. Also over here, I'm checking the grid coordinates, and we check that UI is not handling. So now we can see that if UI is if we are pointing over the UI, then we can just ignore the entire thing, right? And we don't need to check for the coordinates. They are equal because we know that they are equal because we get them from the tile map. So we just do this, and this is now much simpler, right? And then so we don't even need the coordinates. We want something that can be hovered. Which means that we don't even do that. We just do this. But copy one of those, prove the professor wrong when they say this can be done the night before. Yeah. Okay, it looks like it's working, and then we panic because attempting to create entity commands for entity that does not exist. Where exactly? We are trying to insert the hovered for a thing. Encountered panic in system. Hover pixel. We are trying to create entity commands for entity which does not exist. So we have clicked, so I have removed this entity, and then I'm trying to make it hovered again because it is still inside our tile map. True. Can we make it so that we like try get entity, option entity commands? I guess get entity is what we want here. Or the problem is that the tile map still has the old entities there. You know, and that's what they need to do remove all entities. So how do we do removing of the old entities here? Bevy detect entity removal. I don't even want to detect the removal of a component, but of the entire entity. Kind of. I mean, the component is probably better. But the entire entity is being despawned. Detect despawn. We have removal detection. Remove component, reaction removal. I don't want to react to the removal of a component, but removed components, my component. What is removed components? Oh, Bevy ECS. Removed components. Hold on. There is a thing like that, right? Do we just do that? Removed components. A system that grants access to the entities that have their component removed. This acts effectively the same as event reader. No, this does not allow to you to see which data existed before removal. If you need this, you will need to track the component data value of your own using a regularly scheduled system that requests this and stores. If you're using Bevy ECS as a standalone crate, know that the removed components list will not be automatically cleared for you, and you will need... Okay, for users of Bevy and Bevy app, this is automatically done in an update. Okay, removed components of grid coordinates, right? And then we should get rid of those, right? So we do just 4 removed. This is a reader. Okay, read. What is it removed here? It's an entity. Okay. So it's literally just an entity, right? So if we just do the same stuff here for entity and removed, and this should be mutable, right? And that's all we need to do. Okay, let's see if this is going to work this time. We still panicked. We still panicked because of the ordering of the things here. Can we... When do the commands actually run? When do the commands actually run? Bevy commands. Commands, a queue to perform impactful changes to the world. All queued commands are automatically applied in sequence when applied for systems run. So when does it happen? When does it actually happen? Is it happening in the end of all my systems have ran? Which means probably that the fix is going to be the updated tile map should be in the pre-update, right? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, I'm assuming things here, but I think I'm assuming correctly. All right, so now that we have that tile map, now that we can do this stuff efficiently, we can actually do the harvesting, right? So in order to do the harvesting of the minions, we are going to iterate over minion coordinates in minions. We're going to iterate there. We're going to need the tile map, which is going to be like that, right? And we are going to so like the minions can harvest if it's standing next to a pixel, right? So for pixel for that's the for direction in minion move directions, right? Next position is minion chords plus direction. So then we do for entity in tile map entities at the next position, right? We do if let some harvestable is equal to harvestables get this entity, right? So we got the harvestable stuff. This should be like okay instead of some. Harvestable. So we are going to actually harvest this thing, right? Actually are going to harvest this thing. Let's make it an event so that when we're clicking and when they are harvesting, it's like going to be the same, maybe? Should it be the same? I was also thinking that they should like be harvesting by like collecting and then moving back to the base. but I'm not sure about that. Should they be moving back to the base, or should they just be expanding to the outside? Okay, let's for now just do something like this. We're going to have commands, and we're going to do commands entity this, and we're going to despawn that. So we're going to harvest it without actually adding money, but they should be harvesting things now. So let's see. Let's see. I spawn this guy, and it moves, and he does not harvest anything. Does not harvest anything. Let's see, are we actually checking those positions? Are we getting here? We are not. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Which means that we don't have this working. So because we did not insert the can harvest. I'm pretty sure we just need the can harvest component on our minion. Minion idle and can harvest. Over here. Can harvest. There you go. Now it should be working. Okay, there you go. It just deletes all the pixels that are near itself. Which is maybe a little too much, but you know. It goes around and it deletes things, right? I still think that like in order to make like the gameplay a little slower here, I want them to like be moving back to base somehow. We just don't have a base. I think we need Pixel Baby. Maybe we need like to have a base or something. We'll see. The only thing, let's start though by giving us money when a minion is harvesting. Minion harvest. Over here, let's get money when they are harvesting for us, right? So I'm going to do money plus equal harvestable money that we need to get, right? Yes, base like your balcony. Make minions only delete certain colors. It could cost points or coins to get minions that delete different colors. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not sure exactly what we're making yet. Or it could be different kinds of minions. Like one of the other things that I was thinking about is like, let's say that they need to collect the resource and then move them back to the base, right? It means that if we're going far away, then in order to like keep up with the speed, we need to we like just more minions is not enough. I was thinking that if we do like something like rail system and and trains, then the minions, instead of moving back to the base to like store their collected pixels directly into the base, they store them into like the trains, and then trains, they move them to the base, you know? And then on the base, they get like unloaded. So like, yeah, Factorio type of game, you right? Yeah. You had multiple professors recommend you drop their class. All right. Because you were a lazy student? I also was a lazy student. But my professors thought that I should not drop their class. They thought that I should do it all, but then I dropped the class anyway, and then I was okay. And I knew everything, but they asked me all the questions instead of like you know, when you do your exam, you're being asked like just a couple of questions instead of all the theory, right? But they were angry that I skipped their class, so they asked me everything. It was so annoying that I needed to like do 1 hour of answering. Did you prove them wrong with Bash? Minion coordinates. Minions. What am I doing? I'm getting money here. Yeah, I'm getting money. Okay, so there you go. We are going to get a lot of money now. We can also make them move faster if we want. But maybe not for now. Let's start with one dude. One dude, okay, he's generating money for us. And then we can do another one. We're going to make money faster now, and then we can do another one. And then we can do another one, and then we can do another one, and then we can do another one. And then we can do another one, and then another one. Alright, there you go, guys. We have the gameplay. Right? What's wrong with using Windows? You can use Bash on Windows, Badcock. Didn't you know that? I used Bash on my Windows. I guess I should not need to click the button every time. I should like shift click to spawn a bunch of minions at the same time, right? How big of a map do you think we can actually support now? This looks like the process of food rotting. How big of a map do you think we can support? Let me try making the I think right now the slowest part is the pathfinding, which is the BFS linearly over the entire map. Let's try 1,000 size of a no 1,000 over here. Let's see how slow it is. Maybe we just do. I feel like we can do the pathfinding like slower, you know, like partially every frame basically. Can I just spawn it? I cannot spawn it, right? Because then it's not going to work on the web. Is this rigged royale too? Hold on. Sure what you mean. Let's make them move faster. By the way, let's make them fast. Also, I need to have a way to control my map, I think. This might be too big of a size. Hold on. Let's not do 1000. 1000 is too big. Let's do 100. We cannot do 1 million entities, it seems. 10,000 seems okay. Let's start. Okay, now it's faster. All right. Okay. Why does it look so disgusting? What do you mean? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with how it looks here? What is wrong with how it looks here? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me do the shift clicking so that I can spawn a bunch of them at the same time. So right now we change the to the normal mode after we spawn a minion, right? Spawn minion. Normal. Normal, we go here, cancel placing, we do right click. Over here, let's see, we are going to have keyboard as a resource input, key code. Is it key code? So we do here, only if not keyboard is pressed the key code shift. Okay, so we only do this, and so this is going to allow us to do shift clicking to spawn a bunch of those, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Then we click, then we click. I just realized because of shift clicking I can actually go to negative. I can actually go to negative money. All right, is this disgusting, Davey? What do you think about this now? I mean, does that count as a lot of entities here? We need some camera controls. Am I self-taught? Yeah, mostly I am self-taught. There are things that I did not teach myself though. If we talk about game development, that I did teach myself, but I did like competitive programming. I think that's the most thing that I learned to do not by myself, you know? Some of the data structures and algorithms that I know, they are because I was doing competitive programming and I did have a coach there. Okay, well, minions harvest. Okay, let's see. By the way, I was in the very beginning setting up my CI, Kuviman. This. My CI failed though. Let's see why. Because shrunk config build release. Oh, because we don't need the config here. I see. Trunk. Without the config. We just do this. Trunk build release, right? Trunk build release. All right. Let's stare at the compilation here while I'm going to take a quick break. What kind of coaching did he do? Well, the competitive programming is basically something like this. You do like training contests, right? So you are basically solving a bunch of problems every day, right? And then after the contest is over, those problems that you have not solved, they are being explained to you. It's not always by the coach. Sometimes, most of the time, it's actually by the other people who have solved. So like you also try and explain how did you solve your problem to other people, right? But and also you like sometimes you actually like need to know some new like algorithm or some new data structure, like a breadth first search or like depth first search, for example, right? Like that is something that like you need to like just know about. So so they do like lectures. It's just like in the normal university, the classes that did not happen. So that's like basically none of the university classes were helpful except for the extra that I did for the competitive programming. Breakfast search. Yeah. You do that every morning. All right, let me go take a bathroom break. By the way, I just realized I called my game Ant because Ant short for entities, but our game currently looks like ants with an A. They are eating the food. The entities, yes. You look so proud of yourself. Help peeps, how do you doing? Oh, hey, not help. Hello, Brainoid. We're doing another game jam. Another Bevy Jam. How are you doing? Are you doing the honest jam? I'm doing the Bevy Jam, but maybe I will also submit the game for the honest jam too. And titties. Yeah. If it's pacifist, why not? Yeah, I mean, I might also do like the skinning and the other modifiers of the honest gem too. Right now we have just the pixels going around the screen, but maybe those are going to be lizards. How long does it take to compile? Infinity. Rust compilation. Yeah. I mean, I'm compiling in release mode here. I guess it is because the LTO is true here. Without the LTO, it's not that slow. Butler. Butler not found. Let's install Butler here too. Can I just install Butler? Like this? I can, alright. And then we do Butler, push, dist. So we do dist. And then we do Kuviman and HTML5. Right? This is the first build that we updated. And then yeah, I do it manually, but it's going to be happening on the CI too. I'm just too lazy to wait. Actually, I fixed my CI and it's still broken. Hold on. The compilation actually failed. Error from asset pipeline. Error taking canonical path of directory home runner work ends assets. No such file or directory. Oh, wait, hold on. I can... Is my folder empty here? I guess, yeah. We don't have it. We don't have any assets yet in the game. Nixpog, yeah. We use NixOS here. We just need to have something inside the assets, right? Something. Something. Okay, let's take a look at our itch page. There was a problem. Please configure. Edit game. I think when you do the first one, you don't have payment configured. No payments. What do you mean? Full screen button. Sure. And then this can be a little higher. Do we just save? View page. Fun game. There you go. Double ends in path. No. The problem is that the assets folder did not exist. I tried to copy the assets folder to the web build, but because I don't have any assets yet, the folder did not exist because you cannot commit an empty directory to Git. Are we actually loading right now, or are we? Like, what is happening right now? Is it actually loading my game here? Is it so big? How big is our dist? Dist. It's 24 megabytes. I guess it's not that small. It's not that small. Because we could run a wasm opt on top, right? Does it not run wasm? Trunk does not run wasm opt automatically, because I do remember that the Bevy... Can we just install wasm opt here? Wasm... No. It's just binary and then we need to install, right? Wasm opt. Wasm opt. Dist. Wasm opt. We do something like optimize for size. Dash O. Dash OZ, right? Wasm opt dash OZ, and then we do dist. This wasm, right? It's going to, it's not very fast to run the optimizations for the WASM too, I guess. Is it loaded though? It's still not loaded. Hold on. Because I think that's the problem. I think that looks like a problem here. Why is my game not being loaded? Oh wait, loading module from ants.js was blocked because of disallowed MIME type. Because this is access denied. HTML classic.eachzone/ants.js. Because it's slash. I see. I know exactly what it means. We need to do. I know exactly what we need to do. Trunk build release. Help. Public URL by default is slash, and I don't want it to be slash. I want it to be dot slash, right? Let's see. Does it work though? Because I remember, yeah, it's still slash and then dot slash. This is annoying. This is still not fixed. Okay, does it work for the Bevy game template? Well, how do they do this here? Workflows, deploy page. This is for the GitHub pages, for example, right? Public URL GitHub repository. Okay, but they do the full URL here. They cannot do a relative URL. And what I want to do is to do a relative URL. Okay, fine. We are going to use our own hack from Linksider, I guess. We have trunk HIO toml. There are any build systems which does not suck. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Can we just do trunk toml, right? Build public URL is this. I just want it to be the relative URLs here, and like, so you can specify this in the trunk toml, but not on the command line. On the command line, it still is turning into something else. Right? So if we do this, then we look into here, then we have the relative URL here. Okay, good. Binarian. I'm not going to use it probably, but there you go. Release. Oh, fix trunk to use relative. Well, okay. How do we do wasm opt though? I do remember that here they were using the wasm opt. It's the wasm opt action specifically. Optimize wasm, right? After doing the trunk build, we just do this, dist star wasm. Okay, sure. What is this action? Default value is OS. Wait, hold on. Wasm opt. We have OS. What does OS mean? OS is focusing on code size And OZ is super focusing on code size. How easy the development of code is for you after competitive programming? So far it was like straightforward, yeah. But it gets harder by the end. I just never got to the end of the advent of code. Wasm opt on CI. Does trunk really not? Hold on, trunk. Trunk. Does trunk not do the optimizations by default, really? GitHub. Use Wasm opt. Minify assets for release builds. Wasm opt. Optimize Wasm file with Wasm opt. This is completed. Integrate Wasm opt into the Rust app pipeline. Hold on, so I don't need to use a separate thing for that. Currently, Wasm opt binary must be installed in the system for trunk to work. Okay, you know what? Let's just push. And let's do butler push. See if this works on the web. Loading module was still blocked here. Okay, it's loading for the first time again though. Run game. Oh, nice. The game is actually working. Look at this. Amazing. Is it just me or the colors look less saturated over here compared to when I was doing it before? Send link. This is private for now, but you can go here. Right. Hopefully it works on the CI too. Okay, so the web builds work. If we do cargo run though, maybe the colors are the same. I'm not sure. All right. Colors are saturated for me too. Desaturated, you mean? I mean, we can open them side to side, I guess, to see. Nah, it looks the same. No, looks the same, looks the same. The current colors are ugly, right? We need to change the looks of the game, though. It is a little too ugly right now. Not much differ. Yeah, they are the same. You can try making the game look less ugly. It does differ, does it? I mean, it's RNG, so maybe like in some pixels it's different. You know, because we do RNG here. Okay, now here's what I am thinking about though. In order to make the game about actually a lot of entities, I think we should try going for the infinite world immediately. Should we? I don't know. I don't know, maybe not. One thing that I want is the camera controls. Let's actually work on the camera controls first. So how do we do the camera controls? We just use the middle mouse button and like drag, right? Or use WASD maybe. Let's do camera controls. Camera controls. All right. Maybe I should start splitting my file into like multiple. We are at 500 lines now. Add systems, an update, camera controls. All right, there you go. Function, camera controls. So we're going to have input, which is going to be resource input of key code, right? And then we're going to have camera, which is going to be a query. We're going to take mutable transform of the camera, right? There you go. How do you store so many entities? Hash map? This is Bevy ECS. Do you know Bevy? Do you know Rust? It is ECS. It's like the core feature of the Bevy engine. Okay, so we do that transform camera. Transform is camera single mute, right? So we do camera transform, translation plus equal direction multiplied by del. Okay, we need time here also. Time delta seconds. Direction extend 0. Direction is something like this. So we're going to do if input any pressed inputs is key A and key left. We do direction x minus equal 1. And we do 4 directions. So we do W is up, W is Y positive, right? And then we do WA, and then we have S is down. And then right is D. Okay, so camera control should be working using WASD now. I just think access with Bevy queries is slow with so many items. Well, I'm not accessing all the items, right? I'm not accessing all the items. I so far did only one optimization, which is I store a hash map from a cell, so from a position in integer, like to the the list of entities that are in that cell, basically. That's the only optimization that I have, so I don't have to iterate over all the entities when finding what's under my cursor or what's like next to me, you know? And then I update it when something changed. So when nothing is changing, when it's static like this, then like I don't iterate over all the entities. The only thing that is iterating over all of them is the graphics. And I think for graphics, we can make it more optimized by hiding those that are outside of the current camera view. So we can like actually make a very big map by just like making only those that are visible, I think. I hope that their graphics can like look at the visible and like not iterate over those that are invisible. But yeah, this is a debug build. This is not even a release build. We do have a little bit of the optimizations though still. We have optimizations in all the dependencies. Also, we have could not despawn entity because it does not exist in this world. Warnings. Should probably look into that. That's probably because multiple minions are trying to harvest the same tile, probably. Wait, hold on. I was trying to see the camera. Okay, camera is actually moving, but we need to multiply this by camera speed, and which is going to be let's say 50 pixels a second. That might be a little too fast though, but let's see. So here we go. Now we can move our camera using WASD, and this is our entire map currently. It's not that big. It's not that big, right? It is not that big. Camera controls. Let's hold on. Let me just do it immediately here. Input, resource, input, mouse, button. So like I also want this is mouse buttons and this is keyboard, right? How do we do the mouse motion? Bevy mouse motion. Um button input. Mouse scrolling wheel. We can do the scrolling to do the zoom. Let's do the scrolling to do the zoom, sure. It is mouse wheel events. Event reader, mouse wheel. This event is translated version of the window event mouse wheel from the winit crate mouse wheel. Okay. Or wheel and wheel events. Unit X Y. Mouse scroll unit. 9 pixel. Why? Camera transform. Hold on, it's not camera transform then. In order to change the scale, camera bundle, new with far. Projection. It is projection, right? Orthographic projection can have the scale. Yes. So we're going to, for the camera, stuff here, we're going to have not only transform, but also projection. No, not projection, orthographic projection, right? Mute camera transform and okay. So projection scale. So just do plus equal wheel y. Maybe from 0.1 to 10 clamped scaling. What is the y here? Maybe we are going to zoom a little bit too much. I mean, we can zoom different. We can zoom. I would like to zoom in different directions, so I'm going to subtract. And then I'm going to multiply this by 0.1 maybe. I don't know. Something like this. Okay, so now we can zoom in. We can move around. Right? And I also want to do the movement using mouse instead of using WASD. Is there? I mean, there's probably like an existing plugin for camera controls like this, right? I just don't. I actually don't want to add any new dependencies. Let's see. So what I'm going to do, if mouse is pressed, the mouse button, the middle mouse button, then we're going to like be dragging our mouse, right? And dragging our mouse. OBS cannot handle pixels. Yeah, I think we should like make all the pixels of the same color, you know, HSV. Let's remove the randomness from our hue here. Let's make it green forest, you know, color green. There you go. It's just going to be all green now. We're going to collect the forest, right? That is too much green though. I want something darker, right? Color RGB like 0, 0.50, right? Maybe this is going to be nice. So you just do this and you like harvest this tree, you know, and then these dudes are just going to be collecting the trees, right? Is that better? I mean, we can do it a little bit randomized, actually, you know? Dark green is a thing. Oh, you mean like color dark green? Oh, okay. What is dark green, though? It is exactly what I said. Okay, but I wanted to actually have a little bit of randomness, just not that much, you know? we are going to have 050505, but I'm going to use the hue, which is specifically green. So red, green, blue. I am assuming that 0 degrees is red, and so 360 120 degrees is going to be the green, right? So we're going to do, let me do this, off is going to be 20, then I do 120 minus off, 220 plus off. And that's our range that I'm going to be sampling here. Add float is not implemented for integer. True. Multiple resources planned. I don't have a plan. All right. Yeah, it's not like all the same color now. I guess we change the lightness to be a little lower to make it darker green. HSLA is a thing to the right. Yeah, A is alpha. We don't want semi-transparency here. We just want some dark green here, like this. Is this nice? I guess. Maybe. All right. Good enough for now. It's a little too close to the background color though. So for the camera, the background, what is my background color currently? This is just the default background color, the gray, the default color of Bevy. We can insert the resource to make it something else. Oh wait, clear color, it's over here actually. I don't know. I think it's fine. Maybe we just need to, like, there's not a lot of contrast between the things though. Let's make even less lightness maybe. Maybe more saturation a little bit, but less lightness, you know? Like this, maybe is good, right? Make it black and ends white. All right, we'll see. We'll see what I are actually going to do later. I also see that my ends are in like going over each other, right? We currently allow collision for the ends, which is totally fine. Totally fine. Okay, let me finish the camera movement. I'm like going all over. When I want to like change my position with the middle mouse button, you know. Do I do camera 2D or do I do camera? And we do camera. No. 2D. I think in cursor over here we're doing something like that. Viewport to world 2D. Yes. Viewport to world 2D, and it is on. It is just on camera. Yes. What? Just camera. Viewport to world 2D. Camera transform is going to be the global transform. And viewport position is going to be the current. Okay, so we need a window. Primary window. So we do window single cursor position if it is there. Viewport to world 2D. This is the old one. Global transform. This is, hold on. Can I have the delta mouse movement? Mouse cursor position. Cursor position. Event reader, cursor moved. This is what we want. Right? Cursor, events, event reader, cursor. Or moved in cursor moved events. Moved, we have window and position. The cursor position in logical pixels. We don't have the previous one, right? Looks like we don't have the previous one. So we'll need the previous one. Previous cursor position is local vec2, right? Okay. So previous cursor position. Moved position, I guess. So we don't actually need that then. The cursor has moved. And we know the previous and we know the current position, right? So we want basically a previous world position is previous cursor position to the world. Then we want to new world position is moved cursor position, moved position converted to the world, right? And then we do camera translation. No, transform. Camera transform. Translation. I want to do plus, well, previous. It's new. Hold on. This is going to be optional too, right? Would you also let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, now let's subtract this from that. So we do a start here. Kazua Web 14, hello. It didn't work. It did not work here. Oh wait, hold on. Previous world position minus new world position. This is what we wanted to do. Okay, there you go. Now I can do, look at this. Look at this. This is what I done. I just use middle click, middle mouse button, to just move my camera like this. And we can zoom, and we can do this. All right, easy. You think event give me delta already? This is better than delta because like I am calculating the delta based on the previous and the new position, and the delta is not in the window coordinates. It is in the it is in the world coordinates. So that's why it's better. Like for example, if I rotate my camera, it is still going to be calculated properly because I'm just doing the transformation based on whatever my camera currently is. So it's like it's already like considering the scaling of the camera, and if I was to rotate my camera, it would also like think about that automatically basically here. Camera controls. All right. The window is not needed, and we also I guess it is not too many arguments anymore. All right. And what do we do now? What is the next step for our game to become a game? Do I want to go for to try for infinite map just to see how much we can actually handle? I think why not? Like I want to try. The theme after all is too many entities. How much is too much? We need to know, right? We want to unlimit our map size. So here's what I want to do. I want to basically generate the chunks automatically, right? Stream dead soon because too many entities. Um, so I just want to generate the world in chunks, I think. But that's only about the generation. And so far, the only thing that I'm actually concerned about is the pathfinding, because I am limiting it by the map size here. How would I go about not limiting it by the map size? So that it doesn't work infinitely. Can I split my system to work in chunks too? Mostly about the pathfinding here. I think. I mean, we can try. Oh no, this is mathematics. Is this what is mathematics? What do you mean? How to make games in Rust? You do you know how to make games in other languages? In other engines? And you just do same but in Rust. Quad tree. Quadtree doesn't help me with pathfinding. So like, here's what I'm doing. I'm basically, so like, I'm not doing pathfinding for every single unit separately. I'm basically calculating the like the flow map, I guess, or something. Maybe no, not really. Like, I'm calculating for every single pixel which way is the closest other pixel, is the closest harvestable pixel, so that I don't need to run pathfinding for every single of my units, right? Which means that in order to do that, I need to basically iterate over all the potential. Yeah, it's like a wave thing, the flood algorithm or something, right? So like, it's doing the entire map here, basically, is what I mean. I actually, hold on. I actually know exactly. I know exactly what we want. I know exactly what we want. You know, I know exactly what we want. Start with chunks. No. Here's what I'm going to do. You see this while? This while can run for a very long time, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to pause this while and have this queue and have and we are going to continue our pathfinding on the next frame after we did a little bit of work on the previous frame, basically, you know, so that we eventually finish the pathfinding algorithm here, but we don't need to do it all in one frame, I think. Now the question is, when is it should it be considered finished? And I think we should just not go into the ungenerated chunks. So we're going to go and do the pathfinding on everything that is currently generated, which means that we should start with having the like chunks, right? And chunks that are like generated or not. I think we're going to make this like as a resource, insert resource, and we're going to have generated chunks. And we are going to have like, let's see, we're going to have generated chunks as a resource, right? And inside we're just going to have a hash set of the chunks, and chunk is just like the position of the chunk in the world, right? And we're going to have something like const chunk size, which is it's only for generation. We are not going to use chunks for anything else, just for the generation, I think. So chunk size is going to be like, I don't know. We can do it in chunks of 64. I don't think it matters what number we choose here. 64 by 64 is the number of entities that we're going to insert there. Okay. And then we're going to have a system which is going to actually generate the chunks. So on every frame, we're going to potentially generate new chunks if we need to, right? If we need to. And the reason for us to need to do a chunk is because we have zoomed out that far, is because it's inside our camera and it's not generated yet, right? So or maybe our ends is going outside automatically, then we should probably generate the chunks too, right? Like, we need to figure out the reason why the chunks should be generated, but for now let's just do it inside the camera. The chunks should be there, right? Generate chunks. So it is not spawn a lot of entities system anymore, right? This is going to be not there, right? But we need to still have a system and startup, which is going to be set up. And setup. I'm going to set up the camera, right? Function setup. This is what we need to do. Let's call this setup camera then. He would love to help you, but first you have to learn Rust. It's okay. Maybe we can help with ideas. I don't think that I have problems with implementing anything here. It's more about what exactly do we want to make, because I don't really understand the game that we're making to the end where I'm just playing around, you know? Okay, so we have a function generate chunks, right? In order to do that, we are going to need the camera. Query, I guess we will need global transform. I'm not sure how do we do this. Global transform camera, maybe. Let camera transform camera is camera single. Can we know what is the viewport that we see in terms of way of the world? Camera viewport to world, logical viewport rect, world to viewport. No, we need to viewport to world 2D. And then we have a rect. We have rects here. Rect. Can we calculate the bounding box for union point? Build a new rectangle formed of the union of this rectangle and a point. Union with other rects. Path. I want to calculate the union of a lot of points, which is going to be 4 points for edges of our viewport, right? Contains. I don't see, like I can add with 1 point at a time here. Contains is like checking that it contains, but I want to calculate the area that is viewed in the world coordinates. We have the viewport rect. This is the rendering bounds of the camera. If the viewport field logical viewport rect. Like I want viewport rect, but in world coordinates. You understand? Viewport rect. Can I get the corners? No, I cannot. Can I have the top left? No, I cannot. I have the min and I have the max. Let's see. Bevy viewport rect in world words. How do I convert screenshots to word cards? No, I know how to do that. How do I get from a rect? This is Bevy math. Docs. Bevy math. rect. Min max from corners, from center size, from center is empty, width, height, size, half size, center, union point, intersect, inset, normalize. This is not enough. But sure. Okay, fine. So this is like window viewport rect, and now we want to calculate the viewport area in world coordinates. World viewport. And this is window viewport. So by default, we're going to start with 0. Wait, I cannot start with 0. Hold on. We're going to need to reduce. Okay, let's see. Window viewport min, window viewport max. I mean, technically we can just take 1 point because we don't really do the rotation of the camera yet. But in case we were going to do, then I want to have all the 4 corners. So we're going to have back to window viewport min x, and then window viewport max y, and then we also want to have the max x and min y. So these are all the 4 corners, right? These are all the 4 corners. Then I do into iterator, and then I'm going to reduce that. No, not reduce. I'm going to fold. I'm going to start. No. Actually, don't reduce. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to map those points into rects of size 1, I guess. So this is a vec2, and I'm going to convert that into rect. Basically from corners, and both corners are the same point. So this is the 1 point, and then I'm going to reduce it to just 1 rect. So if when I have 2 rects, A and B, we're just going to do rect union of A and B, right? And cannot find vec2. All right, vec2 is vec2 new. Okay. We can unwrap here for sure. Actually, I mean, yeah, we probably should be able to unwrap. And then we convert these points, by the way, first. Points, we convert them into the world coordinates. So we do camera, viewport to world, 2D, and camera transform is this. Right, and then viewport position is this point. And this is filter map because that returns an option, I guess. All right, and now we have a viewport, which is a rect in the world coordinates, right? Now, if I have calculated this correctly, then we want to find the list of chunks that we want to be generated, right, in the current viewport. So, so we are going to do viewport They don't have all the methods that I have on my rects, but sure. Okay, they have some that I don't have though. Okay, so what I want is viewport minimum x. I'm going to floor that. I mean, hold on. Can we just map viewport map? No, we cannot. They don't even have the map function, so that I can modify my x, y of both minimum and maximum corner at the same time. Okay, so we do x, we divide that by chunk size, convert that to floating point, then we floor, and then we convert that into an integer, and that is going to be chunk x, and the chunk x is going to be from that to viewport max x divided by chunk size floating point, and then we seal that, and then we convert that to I32, and that's the maximum chunk. And then we do the same thing but for the y. For the y we do, instead of dot x we do dot y, and that is the chunks. So chunk position is back to chunk x and chunk y. And if this chunk is not generated currently, generated chunks, it's a res mute generated chunks. Let's go and square. Well, it's the number of chunks that are on the current screen. So we don't want every chunk to be like one by one, so that hopefully on the screen we have like, I don't know, like if we have 100 chunks on the screen, it's okay, right? Yeah, so those are the chunks that we need to be generated, and this is IVEC2. So if generated chunks like is not okay, if it is already generated, I guess, then we just continue. Otherwise, we actually need to generate that, right? Over here, we actually need to generate that. You know what? Let's do generated chunks. Insert chunk position. And then we're actually going to have an event system here, because this is already a little too big, right? Maybe this is where we just calculate the chunks to generate. Calculate chunks to generate, right? And then we are going to actually generate the chunks in another thing, which means that we're going to have an event writer here. Event writer generate chunk, and this is going to be an event that the chunk should be generated, and then we can like subscribe to that and do shit in that chunk, you know. Struct generate chunk, and this is the chunk position basically, right? Let's actually do irect maybe, so that it's we don't even need to know about the chunk size. I just want to know about the rect, I think. Do I? Nah, let's do IVEC2. Is the chunk position. But we can do implement generate chunk rect self can return the irect, and we can do irect from corners, and corners are going to be self 0 multiplied by chunk size, and self 0 multiplied by chunk size plus 1. Right? This is the actual like cells that we need to generate. Make it a plugin chunk generator. Yeah, I have not sure, like I have refactored some things into a plugin, but so far This is already 600 lines. Yeah, I should be refactoring things out of here. At least I'm like splitting them into different systems and shit, you know, instead of writing everything in one system. But yeah, I will do that at some point when I feel like refactoring. And by refactoring, I guess all we need to do really, I think, is just to move things in different files, different modules, and different plugins. Generate chunk event. So generate event writer, send, generate chunk for the chunk position. There you go. So that is it. And then we have the system that is actually going to generate chunks, right? Events is going to be event reader for the generate chunk events. Then we're going to have the commands to spawn shit, right? We do for event in events read. We are going to do rect is event rect, and then we do for x in rect min x to rect max x. I'm taking the right exclusive. I'm not going to, yeah. Then we do for y in rect min y to rect max y. We're going to actually spawn the entities like we were doing here. We're just doing similarly. It's going to spawn a lot of entities, just like we did here. Right? And we're going to do a batch spawning. Spawn batch entities. Yes, yes. So this is just x and y. And we just do this here. And that's it. And that should be it. We should be just generating all the chunks that we do. Generated chunks, add event for generate chunk, and then we also we calculate chunks to generate. So that's like these three things can go into their own module, right? And then inside the game, that's actually like the game specific logic. How do we actually generate the chunks? Update generate chunks. Okay, how do you think, guys, it's going to work? First try here? Probably not, right? Never works first try with Bevy. Oh wait, hold on, it actually does. It actually does. Look at this. I'm moving my camera and my chunks are being generated there. Okay, how many entities do you think I have right now? Should be a lot, probably. Okay, so I'm actually assuming that the reason we are slow right now is because of the pathfinding. Think. Like when this is the only like area that we see, it is pretty fast, right? So this is pretty fast, but when I start zooming out, eventually we get more and more. And this is where the pathfinding, I'm pretty sure, starts being slow. So let's just confirm that this is the slow part by not doing the pathfinding. Literally just not doing the pathfinding. And then I can zoom out. I can zoom out and it works, and it's not that slow. I think it's still not as fast as it could be because I'm still like technically rendering all the things. Put an entity counter in the top left corner. Yeah, we probably should. Hit entity counter. Okay, so we just need to, like I said, optimize the pathfinding. And in order to do that, I already know how I want to do that. You know? I already know how I want to do that. Let's, before that though, actually do like CodeMonkey said, and we're going to have the chunks module and we have the chunks plugin to be here, you know? Let's create the chunks and move our chunk system here. Extract plugin. Okay, so over here we just move everything that we have on in the beginning here. Calculate chunks to generate this thing. And generate chunk event and chunk size. Like the game itself is not even going to know about the chunk size, you know. Hash set import. So this does not need to be public, but we want the event to be public so that we can subscribe to it, right? And yeah, and we don't even need to know about like this is going to be private. Sure, we just want the rect be here. Also, one thing that I want to know is wait, actually, let's have the generated chunks to be public, but I want to have a method on it. Impl on the generated chunks. I want to know if like is generated, but not the chunk, but like a position, you know. So chunk position is going to be position divided by, no, position not divided by, actually, hold on. This is wrong. I want to divide in floor. Can we do this in integer I32? It's rem Euclid, yes. Do we have a method like that for IVAC? Position rem? We do have it, all right. So this is for IVAC splat chunk size, and this is no, not rem, but div is what I want, and this is the chunk position, right? And then we return a self 0 contains chunk position. Move camera movement file stuff in separate file too? Yes, I agree. I agree. Chunk. I remember trying to use Bevy, but I gave up when I couldn't get Blender files to work in Bevy. I don't have any assets in my game right now. I'm using like just colored rectangles. I don't even know how to use Blender. I don't need that. But I mean, you probably cannot use Blender files directly, but you should be exporting your Blender objects into some format that is supported. I think a lot of game engines do not support blend files directly. Right? Hello? Hello? No, it doesn't want to work. Camera. What's wrong? My rest analyzer just doesn't work. Restart. GLTF binary files are supported, but I think Blender was having the issue. Not sure Bevy was to blame. Okay, yeah. I mean, maybe it was to blame, because I sometimes do hit things that are problem in Bevy. One of the things that we hit yesterday was, like, I literally used the Bevy game template, right? And then it just didn't work. The web build just has a blank screen. Yeah, the blank screen on the web build. There was some issue with, like, asset meta checks for some reason. I don't know. Ah, like some of the changes, it seems like you cannot just, like, when I do in Rust, a lot of the times I can just update my dependencies and things are going to work. But with Bevy, I would be very careful with updating, like, my game from previous Bevy version to the next version, because everything is dynamic and not actually checked in compile time. Very easy to, like, make a bug here. Camera controls. Let's see. Camera controls. Is it just the system here that I need? The camera controls? I can do the tile map in a separate thing, I guess. Well, since we are doing this, let's just continue doing that. We have our own tile map stuff. Bevy 012 had a lot of breaking changes. I am not sure. I mean, mostly the things that I am familiar with are the, like, just the Bevy ECS, and the way I am doing it is just like from before. Like, I am already, like these things did not change. Maybe Bevy ECS is stable, at least, so that's good. Camera controls. No. Tile map. Tile map. Mm-hmm. And then grid coordinates, I guess, is the other thing that we're going to have. This is from the tile map. This can be public. Import hash map, import hash set. This is done. And inside the game, run if does not exist. Wait, what? Grid coordinates. We can import those. Tile map. And import that. Tile map must be public, the resource itself. Entities at must be a public function. Get an app for the day by streamer. All right. See you later. Okay, we have extracted some things. Spawn a lot of entities is the thing that is not longer used, and I'm just going to delete that. The only warning is that the generated chunks is generated is not used. Okay, we have the linker problem. Cargo clean. Okay, there you go. Now it works. All right, good. Okay, so now, since the game still works, now all we want is to make it work faster, right? So that we can have a lot of entities. Refactor stuff, plugins. All right. So I'm going to basically do the pathfinding a little differently. Like I said, here's what we're going to do. The pathfinding, we're going to have this queue that we do for our pathfinding is going to be a local resource. So queue is going to be a local vac deck of we just do the positions here, right? We just do ivac2, I guess, here. So we just sometimes we're just going to continue here, and sometimes we're going to start from scratch, and this is start from scratch. All right. So why would we start from scratch? It should be only if the queue is empty. So if queue is empty, then we should be starting from scratch, right? And for the pathfinding, we're just going to swap out the thing that we're currently calculating with the previously calculated thing. So next closest harvest. I mean, we're going to actually make this one also local. Then uit closest harvest. We're just going to make another local hash map that we're going to replace in our resource. You know, let's just do this. Let's just do this. So if queue is empty, then it means that we are going to basically start from scratch. So we are going to do clear, and we are going to insert all the harvestable things into the queue. That's the slowest thing I think is going to be right now. Hopefully your game will be kind of easy to make. You are going to do the Bevy Jam, right? But you did not start doing anything, and you're going to start with the assets. All right, good luck. Okay, so this is if it is empty, and then we're just going to do at most certain number of iterations. But if it is empty, then what we're going to do, we're not going to clear actually. We are going to say that pathfinding closest harvest is going to be equal to std mem take current closest harvest. There you go. So we're going to clear it this way, and then we're going to recalculate it, and we're going to do this in batches here. Have something const max iterations per frame is going to be like let's do 1000 iterations per frame. Maybe this is too small, maybe we need to do it more. Mute iterations left is max. I mean, let's just do 1000 here. Do you want to do push-ups? Maybe. Nah, I'm good. Iterations left minus equal 1. And if iterations left is equal to 0, then we're going to just break this stuff. And then we're going to continue later. And that's how it's going to work. Let's see if it's actually going to work, guys. Alright? I think that's it. Wait, hold on. It's not it. It is not it because this guy does not move, right? And the reason this guy does not move is because we are still limiting ourselves by the map size, and the map size should just be deleted here. We don't have the map size anymore. But instead what we should do is we should ignore the position if it's not if it's in ungenerated chunks. Generated chunks is resource generated chunks. You know, so if generated chunks is generated the position, if it's not, then we just ignore it. You know, that's how we end our thing here. Looks like it's working so far. Let's try zooming out. He stops. This dude stops. The dude stops. Hold on. Now, and then we continue. 50 entity push-ups. Hold on. We are moving. We're moving slowly. Wait, what? Something with diagonal. No. Hold on. Something is wrong here. I should break from this loop, not here, but in the end. Because I need to like process this thing, basically, you know? I do need to process this thing. It's like I stop by like it's because I was skipping that position, basically, you know? It's working right now, but we are but he's waiting for some reason. should not be waiting, you know? Should not be waiting. So the reason they are waiting is it looks like they are waiting for the next iteration of the pathfinding to finish, right? It's not the fact that we are laggy, you know? It's not like we are lagging when they are waiting. It is something else. Oh, wait, I actually know exactly what it is. Yes. Yes. I know exactly what it is. It does wait for the next iteration of the pathfinding, and the reason is because they have just cleared some space in front of them, right? And for the pathfinding to pick up the fact that these entities have been deleted, so like there's a new path in front of them. In order for the pathfinding algorithm to understand that something has happened there, they actually need to wait for the next iteration of the pathfinding to work fully, you know? So that if I zoom out, we're going to see these movements, but we're going to see them even more rare. It's because we're updating. So like, see, if I am going to like put a guy in the middle, then he's just going to go to the thing, you know? The pathfinding works here. It's like after we delete a new thing, we don't. It basically still thinks that the thing is still there, you know what I mean? It still thinks that the harvested part is still there. I think we can just do the pathfinding to have more iterations. I'm pretty sure we can do like 10,000 easy. It's just the game is going to start being more and more laggy the more chunks we generate, right? So the game is still going to work. This is a better food for rotting process than it was before. Well, now we have the infinite food poisoning rotting process because the food is infinite. See, I can go over here, I can go over here, and we have generated a bunch of chunks now. And now we start moving slower, but the game still works. Get to working the way you want it and then optimize? What do you mean? It's already working the way I want it. So now I optimize. Um, so one thing that we can do is to do some local pathfinding. So like this thing can be done for global pathfinding, but for local pathfinding, we can do a small like algorithm for every single dude, right? I mean, I don't want to do it for every single dude though. Do I? I mean, maybe I do want. It's not going to be on every frame, is it? That hidden flag for chunks and include it from pathfinding? What does that mean? Like, the thing is, we need to do pathfinding for the entire map. And this is okay. You know what? I think I know exactly what we need. All right. We are do the same. So like we are going to have two parts to our pathfinding. The one we have right now is the global pathfinding, so we can go and travel very large distances basically. So we do the full map pathfinding right now, you know. And we only use the global pathfinding if the local pathfinding doesn't work out, basically. You know, if the local pathfinding, which is like close by, exactly like Code Monkey is saying, if there is nothing close by, then we use the global pathfinding. So this is going to be global pathfinding, right? And global pathfinding will like update it in like not every frame, right? Going to be maybe it should not be based on the iterations, but based on the amount of time. So like faster computers are going to do it faster, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Let's have a to do here. To do based on time. Um, and then pathfind minion movement. Global pathfinding is the only thing that we do, but we also want to do some local pathfinding. Some local pathfinding that we are going to do in a similar way. And we're just going to also limit just the number of iterations of the local pathfinding, you know? You have seen crazy fast voxel rendering with Bevy. What you are doing should be way faster. The problem is not rendering. Fast rendering is not hard. It's already solved, kind of. Fast pathfinding for 1 billion entities is not very common thing to have in games, right? Minions, global pathfinding. All right. We need to figure out where are we going here. I'm going to have function global, that global path find is going to be for position. To do that. So what we do here is if let some direction the global path find of a minion position. That's what we have already done here. That is what we have already done, and then we need to do the similar, just local path finding. Local path find. Do you have all green entities harvestable? Yes, right now, yes. We can do a map generation differently. We can do like the green to be just literally the forest. We can do some noise so that somewhere we have forest, somewhere we don't have forest, right? I'm slightly proud of myself. Kicked butt in the Inum sections of Rustlings. 2 first runs. Nice. Congratulations. I'm not sure what you mean by procedural rendering though, because you can procedurally generate the terrain and then it's not procedural rendering. It's just regular rendering, right? It's just the you construct the mesh for rendering a bunch of voxels just once anyway, right? Or I mean, you change the geometry a little bit, but in order to just render it. Like usually in those voxel engines, you don't do a lot of updates. Ever worked on 3D games? Yeah, I guess. We can make this game 3D. It's not that hard, but just doesn't make sense. We can make like 3D assets for this. It's just like I don't. So like we can have a 3D tree for every single entity here, right? We can. Instead of it being just a pixel. Okay, so in order to do the local pathfinding, we're going to do similar to what we have already done, right? I'm going to do the same. Ants harvest only thing near empty tiles, so you don't need to iterate over closed entities which surrounded by other harvestable tiles. Do I sound mad? No, it's actually is pretty good optimization. You are right. It's going to skip a lot of things, yes. But at the same time, I guess I mean, yeah, we can make this query from where we start the path finding and like tag them that they have a thing that's empty near them, yeah, and then we can initialize our queue here faster. But at the same time, as you keep playing the game, there's going to still be a lot of empty places, so it's more I'm not sure if that's a good optimization, because in a lot of areas the map, like in the areas of the map that are explored, you are supposed to have a lot of empty space anyway, right? In the generated chunks you are going to have a lot of empty space anyway. Otherwise, why are you exploring them? Okay, local path find. We're going to do the push back, the position, and we are going And by the way, we just do local path find for minion position 0, or else we do the global path find. All right. Yeah, the slowest part is the amount of empty spaces that we need to cover. Like, I guess one of the things that we could do is if the entire chunk is empty, we can skip it somehow entirely. But at the same time, I want to add more things to the game, right? It's just like right now we only have the ants and the trees, and they are being eaten, right? But maybe we add some more entity types to the game, right? We want to do the base building of the ant. We want to build the ant city, right? In the places that we have cleared. Okay, so we do while let's position. Well, I mean, actually, we almost want to do exactly the same thing as we did over here. Do I just copy paste? I'm not sure how to not copy paste this right now. Because this is also like based on the iterations and shit. I'm just going to copy paste, you know? I'm just going to copy paste here a little bit. We're going to do this and then current is that stuff. So I'm going over here to do this stuff. If not generate chunks is generated next position, then continue. You know what? We are going in order to do the local path finding, the local is like a certain radius, right? So we're going to do const radius is going to be like 10, for example, right? I'm not sure how much do we need, but it should be pretty small. So we do 4 x in position x minus radius to position x plus radius, right? And for y in position y minus radius to position y plus radius. We want to know the tile map here, I guess, too. Tile map entities at x and y. Those are the entities that are over there, and then we want the harvestables, right? And then we want the harvestables, right? So we are going over here. It's not going to be generated chunks. It instead is going to be next position minus original position. Let's call this one from minus from max element. Okay, absolute value max element. What? Why don't I have any type annotations needed? What do you mean type annotations needed? This is in IVAC, right? but it is unknown. All right. We'll see. Iterations, we don't have that. Okay, and then in the end, we return the same thing. Think, right? But instead of global pathfinding, it's just the closest harvest that we have here. Okay. Max element is more than radius, is what I wanted to say here. Okay. I'm not sure why do we have a type annotation is needed in order to subtract one thing from the other. What do you mean? If I subtract an IVAC from an IVAC, I get an IVAC, right? Because this... I don't understand this error. Okay, well now it is gone for some reason, even although not have been a problem. Okay, anyway. So we iterate over entities, entity in here, and if it's harvestable, so if harvestables, I guess we don't even need to do that. If harvestables, get entity is okay, I guess. Then we do inserting into the thing like that. I wonder if I can get rid of the copy pasta though that I have here. They are similar, but at the same time they're different. You know? Let's see if it works. Okay, so now we have the rendering that is a little slow, I think. They are doing different pattern of movement though. Hold on. Maybe my new algorithm is not correct. I mean, why would it be not correct though? This is a perfectly valid movement. It just feels that it's, I don't know. Hold on. We did not have it like that before. But it actually like makes sense because it's a random to the close, yeah, and like there is a high chance that we like, yeah, this is how it should have been originally, I think. If two try for the same food, one should die. Maybe later, maybe later. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that right now we have the rendering that is like slow. Like, because when we zoom out, especially, you know, when we zoom out, we try to render too many entities. This is too many entities to draw, I think. So one of the things that we can do is we should like hide the entities that are outside of the camera, right? We can try that. Okay, this is a local pathfinding. The only like thing about like local and global pathfinding is that if I want to change it, I need to change it in both places, right? So it would be nice if I could extract the common part from here somehow, right? I'll think about that later, maybe. Why are you optimizing before having actual gameplay? Because we want to have a lot of entities in the game, right? We want to have a lot, you know? We need a lot of entities. Alright, you want me to do gameplay? Fine. What should be the next gameplay thing that we do if we don't do optimization? So here's our gameplay currently, right? We can just click to like collect, and then we start doing that. What should be the next thing? Map generation? You don't want everything to be just like forest like this? I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't mind that the fact that we don't have map generation. I mean, we can make some of the harvestables to be different kind of resource, but I'm pretty sure that it's okay. Or way to spend money. Yeah. I want to know how much pixel we have and be able to buy new end. You have your money in the top left over there. And in order to buy one, you need 10. That's not really shown right now, I guess. We don't have a preview of the thing that we're placing. But that's more Polish, right? You wanted gameplay. What's the gameplay that we want to have here? We want to add some more gameplay features, right? Ant dies if not harvest for some amount of time. I don't know. The original idea, by the way, that I had is that the ants they don't just collect like this, but they instead need to collect and then bring it back to the base, like in the other strategy games, you know? They need to bring food back, like, or the resource back to the base. And that's when we actually, like, get the money. So we need to, like, make a base, right? And then we're going to build more things in order to do that more efficiently, because, like, if you start going out very far, then it's going to take a lot more time to bring things back to the base. So then the next gameplay feature is going to be some, like, mega entity that allows us to do more than one, like, that basically is, like, increased inventory space. So, like, I was thinking, like, trains, kind of thing. Not just upgrades. I want, instead of upgrades, just do a different type of entity, I think is better. Okay, let's make base. Let's make base. Let's make base. Should everything be just one? Should everything just be one pixel? I think it's going to be not very easy if I try to create entities that are more than one block, and especially like for the pathfinding it's going to be hard, but maybe we don't need pathfinding for everything. We can do pathfinding like if we do an actual like train system or like road system. Wait, hold on. How about we do global pathfind? How about we remove the global pathfinding, but the ants, they can only walk a certain distance from the road. So like we can create like roads or something maybe, and that's how we build the city. What chunk size? What do you mean? What chunk size? Chunk size doesn't matter for gameplay. Like, just don't think about it. That's that's the optimization thing. It doesn't matter for gameplay. I was talking about the entity size. For example, the base, should it be 1 pixel or is it too small for a base? I think it might be too small for a base, so we want. Let me just try and think. How would I go about doing things like that? Here's our tile map, right? Entities by tile is this, right? So we can, you know what? Maybe our grid coordinates. This is our entity position, basically, right? It is integer, right? It is integer, and we can have some size to it, I think, to the entity. Maybe if we can have derive component struct size, right? This is the tile size, right? We can make it also an IVAC, I guess. This is the size. Unexpected end of input. What are you talking about? Make different color ants that cost different money. Different colors have different abilities. Harvest easy things. Red transport, blue, orange, etc. I mean, yeah. Yeah. You guys know that they are not ants. They are. We are okay. Maybe they are. And the fact that we don't have graphics right now doesn't mean that we are going to just have orange, red, and blue, etc. I might draw something there for my ends, but maybe we don't need it. Maybe we don't need graphics here. Other ends should have harvest harder things, but would make them take them longer. Yeah, yes, but that's like the easy thing. I want some bigger changes other than just like. So what I had in mind is the transportation system. You know, we are going to have cars, and your ant is going to go into a car, and we can have multiple ants in one car. So they are going to like do the transportation this way. You know, that was my idea that I had. Pixel art size 1. Yeah. Update tile map. Grid coordinates. Okay, so in addition to the grid coordinates, we have optional size. If we don't specify that it's 1 pixel, right? Grid coordinates. Let's just call them coordinates. Let's just call it position. You know, position and size. There you go. That's easy. Size world query is not specified. Wait, what? Oh, but option reference to size. So now we have here entity coords and size, and then I say size is size map or 1. So this is the actual size, and sleeve pheromone trail for other trails to follow. Trails could break or resources could get used up at the end of the trail. Size. Hold on. We have size. So over here we are going to insert them. Can we change the size? I don't think we want to change the size to handle that. Moved components position. We would like to know the previous position and size, right? Previous position and previous size. By the way, why am I doing the get here if I can just do remove? Right? Because that's the removed entity, okay. I'm inserting coordinates and size here. And over here, what we're going to do is for the x in 0 to prev size x, for the y in 0 to prev size y, we get mute at previous position plus vec2 dx dy. This is where we remove. And over here we insert similarly for this tile map entries forward plus dx dy. Okay, something like that. How many Vampire Survivors games will be in the gem? Yeah, I don't know. I hope not that much. I don't like Vampire Survivors games. They look boring to me. I mean, not that my game is super fun right now. We don't have any feature, any gameplay yet. And survivors. That's what we are making. Okay, so we now have the so the tile map can work with sizes now. We can do that, and pathfinding. It's mostly about the pathfinding, the problems that we have here. Pathfinding is hard. We need to like figure out how to not do too much copy pasta there. But let's start by having a base, you know? Let's start by having a base, right? Right, let's start by having a base. Even although we're going to completely ignore it right now. So we're going to have here's my setup UI stuff, right? And we're going to have another button on the bottom, which is going to be the text. Okay, this one is going to be end. Okay, fine. We call them end. No, we call them end because they're short for entities, right? And over here we say base. So we can create a base. And the base is going to be spawn base. Or I mean it's not like the base. I want, what do I want? The base probably should not even be like, the base probably, I think, should be just one. The base should be there in the very beginning, I think, right? But let's make it a button for it. Spawn base. Sure. Spawn base. Maybe a network of bases as colony grows. I was thinking like maybe it should not be a base. It should be more of a storage. You know, we can just build a new storage. So ants, they are going to move them to storage, and then some other type of entity, some type of other like bigger ant can move from storage to like the other storage or something. You know, have to buy a queen before you can spawn a base. Well, the thing is, like the reason for the base to be there is because that's how we get money, right? I think it's okay for the game to be simple, where we only have one currency, right? I think it's okay if we only have one type of resource, which is like I call it money right now, but I guess we can call them pixels or whatever. So like if I want the game to be about logistics where you like need to bring the new pixels from far away to your base, then it means that like the ants, they don't like, if we don't have the base originally, then what? Then why do we? No. I think we need to have a base originally. The base is the one thing that we have in the beginning. Maybe. If not, establishment U. Hello there. We're working on a game here for the Bevy Jam. If not, then you would be, if I don't give you the base, then technically you could select the base position yourself. Maybe base. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe the base should be the first thing that you buy, but it's the only like you need to have a base in order to have like minions. Base produce ants every like n seconds. I don't know. Produce ends every n seconds. I mean, yeah, we can make bases like that, I guess. And right now I'm just buying my minions myself. But still, I feel like we need to make the minions go back to the base. So the thing that is spawning new ants is just so that you don't need to like click the button to spawn a new ant yourself, right? But the base is the main thing where we need to bring our pixels to, our money. This is how we can use the thing. Another pathfind loop. Yeah, another pathfind loop, yes. Also, another thing. Another thing could be that we can have a builder. We can have a builder so that the base is not just going to be spawned immediately, but it's going to be built by a builder. We can have builders, you know, and everything. Those can be a different thing. Maybe we start a game with just one builder or something. I don't know. You are the builder. Oh, wait, hold on. No, 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 no. You can spawn a builder. Maybe. You are the builder. I mean, okay, yeah, sure. We can just spawn stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Spawn minions, spawn base. This is a different action. You plan out the build and ends build it for you. Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Like in Factorio, you do the planning, and then the bots they build the stuff for you, right? And then there are logistic bots and builder bots. They don't really do pathfinding though. They just go straight there. Maybe different type of ants bring resources back to base. Oh, so these the normal minions, the normal ants, they can just like harvest, but they leave it in place, and then the other one should pick it up and then bring to base. I don't know, maybe. Let's do spawn, spawn, and can we do over here as the type unit and type? Can we do this? Spawn type minion costs for the type. Minion costs. Minion costs is going to be button action cost. So we have harvester, we have base, I think, right? Disable buttons. Okay. The thing that I did not figure out last time is how do I actually know the costs, you know? Spawn minion. And I guess it's spawn type. We do, let's see, minion type. The player state placing is going to be also placing of end type. You know? How about this? End type means that it should be ACK. And it should be hash, apparently too. Okay. I think we're going to have the costs as a resource or something. Derive resource. Product. And costs. So it's just going to be a hash map from end type into the cost of this. Is it not? So this is like enabled instead. All right. So this is disabling of the buttons if we don't have enough cost. This I want to remove. Instead, I'm going to insert resource, which is going to be costs. And over here, I'm going to say hash map new and costs insert for end type of harvester to be like 10, and then for the base to be something else. For the base, just make it also like 7, I don't know, whatever. 5, 7, let's do this. What else does it compile? Money 0 minus equal the cost. So because we are in state. Oh wait, here's what I don't know. How do I run if? Oh, over here, state matches state and player state placing, right? I think this is how we do it instead of in state, because this can be different things now. Trade bound into system. Cool. Okay, state is resource state. State, player state, right? Is that what they wanted me to do? State 0. Star state. This expression has type state state. State dot get, I guess. All right, there you go. Minion costs. To do check that empty. What is this? Place minion? Ah, yeah, okay. We can place things on top of other entities right now. Costs is resource and costs. So we are in state of placing, right? So let player state placing entity type to be state get, otherwise panic, because it should not be here anyway, unreachable, I guess. So we are placing the ent type of this type. Okay, and then over here we do costs 0 get ent type. Okay, button actions, placing this type spawn and we do this. What else? Button action. Spawn minion is not there, sure, because we do that just spawn and we just specify that we spawn the harvester here, right? So this is going to be harvester and this is going to be base. We're going to do spawn base, right? We can even do for type in and type harvester and type base. We are going to spawn a button differently here, like this. So this is going to be format type to the debug. That's going to be the thing on the button. And then here we just do the type itself. And that should be it, right? Attach cost to end type. But that's just the type though. Why should the cost be attached to the type? So there you go. We unlock the harvester, and then at some point we also unlock the base. And then the base is just, I mean, the base, we just need to fix the placing now. Place a minion. We are inside this state, entity type. Change the cost. And this is the entity type. Moving base, pog. Yeah, okay, so like for the base, we still spawn the minion, the idol, they can harvest and shit, right? How do you in Bevy specify this in runtime somehow, somewhere? I don't know. I mean, we can just match. on the end type here, right? And we're going to spawn different things, basically. So this over here is the harvester, and this over here is going to be the base, right? So the base is going to be of size 3, for example. Position this, and size is going to be 3, for example. You know, for example, I don't even want the custom size to be here. Really, we're going to update it somewhere else in the transforms. Position and size, and it's going to be a minion, and it's going to be idle, but it cannot harvest. And it's not going to be a minion. Minion means can move, probably, right? I don't know what a minion even is. Do we use this component for anything? Minion movement. Yeah, minion movement is the moves. Okay, minion is means can move. All right. So for the base, I'm just going to change the color to be like red, for example, right? Okay, over here we have the base, it's red. And then we panicked because we attempted to subtract with overflow because from closest harvest is this. Yeah. If from closest harvest distance is less than or equal than 1, then we return none. Just like here. Did my base move again? My base should not be moving. It is definitely moving. It is definitely moving. The harvester can harvest, and it does, but the base is moving but is not harvesting. Okay. So the thing that's moved is been in movement. We can move. Oh wait, I literally said that base can move though. The base can move. Uh, the base can move. Base does not move now. Easy. All right, done. Okay. The only thing is that it's supposed to be of size 3. It's supposed to be of size 3. Over here. Changed moving. Oh yeah, okay. Or changed size. All right, and we are going to have option size here too. Size is size map or 1. All right. So translation is going to be this plus splat plus actually size as vec 2 divided by 2. And then we also want to have the sprite. Think, right? Sprite custom size. we're going to do sprite size, custom size is some size. Okay, there you go. Now we have a base of size 3 by 3. All right. Bases of size 3 by 3 now. Ah, now what? Now we need the ants to not do just that, but to actually collect and then bring back to the base. Collect and then bring back to the base. So the ants, they are going to have some inventory space, and different entities are going to have different inventory states. Is Bevy still limits query tuple to 10? If it's more than 10, you should probably derive the world query, because like, how do you even work with your code then? You know, you can derive the queries here. I actually don't like tuples. I mean, yeah. Guess it's not too bad, but still. Um, Maybe if you have a big query like that, you need to like split your system into smaller systems, maybe. Big base. Base is done, and then the next thing is them moving back to the base, right? So they are going to have inventory. So here's what we do right now. Harvest, right? We can do the end harvest, or we can do the click harvest like by hand. And when end harvests, I'm right now giving you the money directly, right? But what I do want to do instead is them to go back to the base. Them to go back to the base is what I want to do instead. So instead, we are going to have this as a mutable minions, and we're going to have some inventory, right? Some inventory. Which is going to be like that. In position and inventory. Okay, what is the inventory? It's literally just the amount of things that we have, right? Max, basically, and current. No, we just do like that. So we say like inventory dot current plus equal harvestable dot 0. All right. There you go. So right now they are going to do it into their inventory instead, and I think they should start going back to the base if they have their inventory full, right? Right now I'm not checking that the inventory is not overflowing. Okay, so basically over here, if we try to harvest something, and if inventory current plus harvestable, the amount that we're going to harvest, if this is more than inventory maximum space, right, then we are going to not do anything for this one anymore. In fact, right now I am collecting all the entities in all the directions, but we need to just find the one that we try to harvest. Okay, let's do this. Try to harvest entity is going to be minion move directions. And then we're going to do flat map. Entity. No. Flat map. Direction. Tile map. Entities at. Minion position. Plus direction. And then we do filter map for entity. Harvestables. Get. Entity. Harvestables. So I'm just going to get the entity here. So if let sum entity and harvestable is try to harvest, then we try to actually harvest it, and we check if the inventory space is enough and everything. We just do the next, by the way, here. Dot okay. Okay, so if we are out of inventory space, then we just do continue. No need for the label anymore. And in fact, I want to go home now. So I want to do commands, entity, the ent itself, right? Instead of minion, it's going to be ent, right? So ent add component back to base or something. Yeah, exactly. We just insert the like basically want to store. I mean, our goal is to store now. Storing basically is the component. We want to store. It's not always going to be to the base, I think, in the end. Storing. So we only try to harvest if we are without the storing, right? So they're going to go into in a cycle. Harvest, store, harvest, store, basically. Right now, the only thing that they're doing is just harvesting. Now it's going to be harvest or store. right? Update movement. The transform. Hold on. What else do we do? Minion movement and movement. We are. So the pathfinding is going to be different. I guess it's going to be specifically ant movement towards harvest. Movement to harvest specifically. It's like a different kind of movement, right? And this is going to be done for those that are idle and also without storing, right? So we're going to have another type of movement, which is going to be just storing. Which is going to be just storing. I just realized. Oh wait, no. We're doing this in a radius. Yes. Do you have both in one system? Yeah, I can. I can write all the game code in one system. I'm just thinking, like, what if we actually remove, like, you know, I don't want the copy pasta for the pathfinding. What if we actually remove the global pathfinding and we use something else? So the ants, they are only going to be able to see in not so big of an area around them, and they are going to like need to navigate somehow and somehow find their base, and if it's not really near them, you know. Yeah, I think so. But they stuck on empty spaces when? No. Here's the idea. We are going to do the pathfinding in the form of other entities, basically, all right? So here's what we are going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I think I am going to spawn basically, yeah, like waypoints. Yeah, like waypoints. Basically, if you are, if the closest waypoint to you is too far, then you are going to spawn a waypoint underneath you, you know. And basically you always want to find the waypoint with the minimum like number or something like that, you know. And the ants, as they are like walking around the game world, they are going to spawn those waypoints themselves, right? And so that's how we are constructing our thing. The only thing is we are waypoint per chunk. No. It's just like it doesn't matter much. Hold on. We can do waypoints to find our way back to the base. But how do we do the new harvests, right? That's, I think, is the question. How do we go far away from the base so we can skip empty chunks easy? No, I'm still going to do local pathfinding every time, basically. And I just need to guarantee that in the radius that we are doing the local pathfinding, we need to like have a waypoint in this radius. It's kind of similar to a chunk, but it's not really connected. Yeah. How do we go outside though of the map? Really far. Do we do the same? So like we need to have these waypoints that do different types. I think we need to like make a generic system that like spawns these waypoints and does the pathfinding to do a specific thing, you know? So we're going to do the thing that we need to pathfind, you know? Now we need to graph with visited waypoints to track loops. Do we need loops though? I don't think we are going to need loops. Well, actually, even waypoints. So hold on. Here's the thing. If we have graph with visited waypoints to track loops on empty spaces. Hold on, I need a bathroom break. Push-up time. I just realized I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, and How much longer do I actually want to go? Another idea, add another building like flag or watchtower where ants move towards, but it seems hacky. Yeah, I feel like I want to think about it a little bit. How exactly I want to do the pathfinding. Maybe there's some fancy way that I can come up with. But I think them leaving traces and constructing a graph somehow, like as they are moving around, you know, something like if like let's say that there is going to like I don't know. Yeah, I just want to think about it a little bit. I think a little bit of thinking, but we can remove. I'm thinking about like some sort of a way to do automatic checkpoints. Like let's say that we want like to find something to harvest, right? And I also want the like thing to be the waypoints to be like eventually they eventually I think I want them to like I want the ants to forget about them. So what I'm thinking right now is we have a waypoint, and over time like it like fades. So if we have not been through the waypoint in a long time, then we are going to forget about this path completely, you know. And for example, in order to do waypoints for harvestable, we're going to just spawn these waypoints based on the number of harvestable objects around us, and like that's like the priority of this waypoint. Or if there is none, then we can like find the waypoint. It's also like based on the waypoints in the area and their priorities, you know. And then their priorities is like going to go down over time, you know, something like that. You know what I mean? So this way, like the graph can also be reconstructed over time or something. Because like for the base, I have the idea like you just spawn the waypoint that like points you towards the base, right? But what if the base moves, right? Maybe the base does not move in our game, but our harvestable things definitely do move because we destroy the forest. Global pathfinding, but from harvestable items inside. That's exactly what I'm doing for my global pathfinding. I'm already doing the pathfinding from the harvestable items inside. That's exactly what I'm doing already. But I want it to be like done over time automatically, maybe by the ants themselves somehow. because in that because then we can like distribute the rebuilding of the graph like more randomly, more naturally, I guess. And right now we are doing these big iterations over our infinitely sized map, right? And because of that, the more land we have explored, the longer it's like taking and stuff. And if I just do them, the ants themselves spawn the waypoints, then it's going to be more dense in the more populated areas instead of just more empty areas, you know? And that way, for example, also we can do some other stuff, like for example we would later do some storing, not directly into the base but into some other, like some train, right, which has limited capacity, right? And I don't know, while it's gone, like it's not there, so we need to reconstruct and rethink about where we need to go. Hmm. I feel like I want to take a break though. Like 7 hours of streaming is might be a little too much. Can we do something small instead of doing this thing? Can we do something small instead of rebuilding the entire movement system? I want to work. I want to like think about it more before implementing. Let's search for minion, and we're going to replace minion with ant. Right now we are not bringing things back at all, right? So right now we just made everything broken. If we do harvester, it harvests. It doesn't even harvest. Wait, what? We completely broke the thing. Uh, harvest. Harvestables, entity, despawn. Weighted graph or something depends on the amount of harvestable and distance. The thing is, it's not going to be but yeah. Amount and distance, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like we are going to have priorities on those waypoints, and the priority is based on the amount of harvestable resources like in the so like we basically, in order to compute the priority of the waypoint, we calculate in the surrounding area the number of resources and also the like somehow the priorities of the waypoints that are also in range, you know? And that's basically it. And then also over time our priority goes down. And if it's 0, then we just despawn it from the world. Our waypoints are also going to be entities, basically. And maybe it should be, maybe the waypoint should be the ant itself. You know, they just show you the direction where you need to go. Not sure, not sure. We'll see about that. Why am I not harvesting anything? Let's undo the storing though, maybe for now, because we don't have the pathfinding for it. This is going to be to do. And we just despawn. And then we do money. Money is this. Max is set. Oh, wait, hold on. I actually know what exactly was wrong there. We did not do the inventory. We did not spawn the inventory for the minions, for the ends. That was the thing, and then... But then they would not bring them back to the base anyway, because we don't have the pathfinding yet. We just don't insert this component for now. And we give the money directly. And use the variable and for harvesting. That's okay. Max is never read. Yeah, okay. All is good. Okay. Need to clean. Okay, is it working? It's not working. It's not working again. We are moving, but we are not harvesting again. Harvest. Can harvest. Oh, wait, inventory. I still did not do the inventory. Over here. So the harvester should have inventory of initially it's 0 and maximum. I don't know. We can do 1. I don't even know what's their maximum inventory be, but I think the first ones, the smallest tier, should have like their inventory of size 1. Right? Okay, there you go. Now it's all working again. Is my CI working? It is working. Okay, so we can just do this, then push, and then it should be just done, and it should be pushed to the each IO in a second here, right? It shouldn't even take that long. Wait, it still took 5 minutes last time. What exactly takes 5 minutes here? Are we not supposed to have a cache here? Three minutes just for compiling my binary. It's not even compiling the dependencies here. Lol. It's because we're doing the release build, right? And then the wasm opt is also running for 2 minutes. Very cool. Okay, let me just do this myself. Cargo, no, trunk, build, release. I have always been testing the game in debug mode. Maybe release mode is going to be better, actually. In terms of like how much we can generate. It's slow. Might as well just wait here. Okay, so the ideas for the next work is somehow work on the pathfinding by spawning waypoints, I think. And then we are going to bring the harvested resources back to the base. And then I think we want some I think we want to disallow ants from going into each other. And then we try to think of some new types of ants, basically, so that we can collect stuff even faster and don't need to go over long distances. We're going to have like storage, and the storage is going to be moving. Maybe. What are the other people doing? Anyone else doing the Bevy Jam? I'm still compiling myself. I think it's actually faster to just wait for CI here. How long am I compiling for? It's just done. 3 minutes, 24 seconds. Yeah. Okay, let's just wait for this. It's going to also be optimized. How long does it take to optimize? I think 1.5 minutes. Done. Now we update. Okay, there you go. Kubiman and okay. Are we jamming? Let me show you what we have so far. Here we go. We have a game which is loading. The game has so many entities you cannot even see them all because we have infinite amount of entities in the game. Like actually, you probably don't believe me. That's actually the thing. We have an infinite map. Can we load though? Oh wait, it just takes a while. It says take a while. Okay, so here we go. Here's what we have. We can click. Oh shit! Hold on, I zoomed out. I fucking zoomed out. All right, it's going. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We just generated the entire map. It looks like my zooming is a little too big. And because of that, yeah, okay. Don't scroll, I guess. Mouse scroll for some reason is different on the web. But we can move around the map. We can click to collect these things, right? We can spawn a harvester. And we can spawn another harvester. And we can like look around the map, and our map is like infinite, okay? And we can spawn a bunch of them. And next step is we're going to have this base. Oh fuck, I also zoomed out again. Don't use your scroll wheel. Okay. You see, like, the game is still working. The game is still working. It just took a little bit of time to generate the map. But the game is still working. The FPS is not great. But, I mean, that's a lot of entities, you know? Like, what else can I do here? Yeah. We're going to... I think what we need to do here is to just make sure that the entities outside of the world are not rendered. And that's all I need to do. Hold on, maybe I do this right now. Maybe I do this right now before I go, because I want to go and eat and everything. If it's outside of the map, then I want to hide it automatically. Maybe zoom automatically, depends on cleared chunks. The player wouldn't lag it hard. For some reason it is just different delta, no, wheel on the camera controls. Like over here, yes. We just zoomed out a little too far, I think. What happens if I just do cargo run here? Yeah, see, like I'm zooming much slower on my native build than I do on the web.
Naruto doesn't have a hello.
So it will zoom out as the game goes, like automatically. I don't know. I want to be able to zoom in and out myself. Maybe we can limit the maximum zoom much smaller though, right? Let's limit this. Let's just limit it. The scale, we can scale up 10 times, and that's maybe a little too much. Let us scale up to 2 the original size. So like this is the maximum zoom. This is the maximum zoom basically. And this over here is the minimum zoom. And I think that should be good enough. No, I want to be able to zoom in, and I think I want to be able to like follow a specific end maybe would be nice as a feature. If we make it a simulation game like that. Right? How's your game going, Davey, though? That's the question. That's the real question. How's Davey's game going? Maybe we make some type of a thing that makes it regrow in a certain area. So we don't go infinite. Okay. I don't know what to do anymore. So limit zoom. Done. Okay, and that's going to be the last thing. What am I going to do later today, though? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I might come back later. But I'm going to take a break for now, at least. So, let's see who is doing what. To have a... No, we don't. No, we don't. Alright. We go here. Evan MMO is participating also in a game jam, just in a different one, and not using Rust and not using Bevy, but in the big mode jam, ran by the video game donkey. No one jamming. Well, there are people who are doing jams, just different jams. Like Evan here. Hi. He's just starting though. Oh, though. There he is. There he is. All right. Now we can raid.
Chicos.
Bye.
Oh, hi, Kubi, man. Perfect timing. Yo,